Hey guys, it's Enwa and welcome back to another tutorial video. And after a long time, it is finally time to get together and build a Batcave. And we'll also be highlighting all the key aspects inside of that as well. So, to make this video easily digestible for you, I have split up this video into 7 sections, showcasing each key quality to build a Batcave. And at the end, I'll also show you 2 versions of this build, one at a smaller scale and one at a bigger scale, because of course, Minecraft has unique generation, and of course, if you don't have the exact world seed as someone else and the exact coordinates, you are not going to get exactly the same build block by block. So this is why it's slightly more different to the Way Manor build. So without further ado, let's get started. So the big question to ask is, what are we looking for in a cave? Now, in Minecraft, there are different terminology for this. So we have 2 different cave types. So number 1 is a cheese cave. And this is a large open space with columns dotted around, mostly dry, although they might have pools of water in. And the second type is a spaghetti cave, which is narrow, long tube-like caves that don't really supply a lot for building. So, forget about the spaghetti cave, we are focusing on the cheese cave. However, if we do apply this now to the real world and with real definitions, we'll be looking for something called a solutional cave. So again, this is a large open area with pools of water, which is also known as a sump, columns, stalagmites, stalactites, and honestly so much more stuff. I don't want to get into all that kind of scientific bits because we're not here for that. We're just playing Minecraft. So, with those factors, we have now kind of outlined of what we want and what we're looking for a decent cave. Now, it's time to align this with some Batman media. Now, depending on your preferences or building space, you might want to build your Batcave based on or inspired by a comic, a game, TV show, film, whatever. You want to keep that in mind. So, a big example of this is my previous build was inspired by the Batman Arkham Origins game, mainly due to how I could actively explore the cave in a variety of different ways, and also interact with that environment as well and see what was in there, see it from all different angles. However, also due to my world generation, I did change this and also used aspects from the LEGO games, such as like the Batmobile ramp and the Justice League portal, also incorporated into that build as well. So I kind of did a little bit of a mismatch of different inspirations as well. So whether or not you would like to keep that in mind, if you have a particular type that you want to do, or if you have a Way Manor that is kind of themed to that, or you're just building it because you just want to build a Batcave, then that is perfectly fine too. So now we kind of got all that scientific stuff out of the way and, that the boring stuff, let's say, it's kind of time to start cave searching. So let's have a little look around. This might take a little bit of a while due to, your world or your seed. You might be really unlucky with caves, you might be really lucky. So let's have a little look and see what different types of caves we can find. Now that we've kind of established the qualities needed for a cave, I've gone and found a few examples to show you, just so you get a rough idea of kind of what I'm looking for in game. So the first cave I'm looking at is quite small, however it gets a little bit bigger at the bottom down here. I think this is a quite nice size if you were to start out on your first Batcave build. It is always preferred, obviously, out of any kind of building in Minecraft to start small and then start, gradually go for a bigger area. And I also kind of like the idea that this has got mine shafts in here, because I think it'll be really helpful for you to kind of gather the platform designs quite early. And of course, we'll go through that later on with layout types and platforms and whatnot, but it is also really handy to have a little look around anyways. So that is our first example. Let me show you on number 2. So this is the second example. So this is another cave that I found, and this one I think is a little bit more on the extreme side. So of course, this could be very overwhelming, and even with a cave with this size, you don't have to use the entirety of it. And that is one thing that I really took in mind when building my previous Batcave, was I could literally just, you know, block things off, pull things off, and not make it a little bit too difficult for myself. So I think this one will definitely be on the list of showing you as like a bigger scale example. Especially the fact that we've also got the deep slate down here and stone up here. I think we're at Y24, so it's actually not bad of a Y level either. Now onto the next example. So this is our third example. So this one is slightly different because we're actually quite high up. And this is an example of what would be called a cenote cave. Now this is a cave that has been hollowed out from the surface with easy access going down into the cave. And most of this, of course, will be pools of water. So this is ever so slightly different, of course, due to Minecraft terrain. And I like the overhang from this part here. This one has really kind of highlighted me because of that. And of course, the waterfall as well. Now, the cherry on the top for this cave, which is again completely a preference if you want to include this or not, is the use of dripstone. Now, I really do like the block for dripstone, and of course we'll discuss block choices later, but of course with stalagmites and stalactites, you can use dripstone as that as well, so building it onwards all the way up to the top. So you have that option there due to, you know, how unique the block is. So whether or not you want to add that in, or you want to do a manual, you know, your own creative way of doing it, which of course I'll show you later, is completely up to you. So I've got probably 2 more examples to show you, and then we will start cracking on with this tutorial. Now this is another cave, and it's absolutely enormous and really, really open, and I think this one is great, but I think it's a little bit too big and overwhelming. But it's, again, as previously mentioned, you can always chop things off, do a bunch terraforming, which I think looks so cool. And it kind of gives you the opportunity to add literally anything and everything into this Batcave. So whether or not that be a really in-depth trophy room or a bunch of portals going off to different places, again, there is so much stuff that you can get that done with. So this is example number 4, I believe. And onto the next one. I've actually got 2 more left to show you, but don't worry, it will be worth it. So we have got a nice compact cave again, and this one is purely a lot of dripstone and some deep slate. But what really highlighted this for me was the height. Although it's not very wide, I really like how this could be potentially really compact with a bunch of platforms kind of toppling over each other as well, and also a lot of room for either waterbed or completely keeping it dry. And yeah, there's a lot of different characteristics which could be adapted from this design. So this one, I really like this cave, definitely one to consider for the smaller version. And I've also got one little last one to show you, and then we'll make a decision and start building a cave. And here is the last cave that I've found, and I wanted to shake it up ever so slightly by adding in a lush cave instead, because of course we've got to acknowledge all the different types of biomes that we receive in this game. And I think with a lush cave it will be slightly complex in how much work it will take to terraform it. And I mean this in the nicest way, because there is a lot of blocks in here. So we've got a lot of clay, we've got the moss, we've got the moss carpets, the bushes, we've got grass, which will then obviously give you seeds. And inventory might be a little bit of a, you know, issue trying to manage it constantly. But other than that, the shape of the cave is really, really nice. And I would kind of consider this as like kind of a medium size. It's not obviously overwhelming and not too restrictive either. So I really like, again, the levels. That's kind of the main thing I'm looking for. Levels, we've got obviously areas that were going to be columns that kind of Minecraft thought, nah, we'll leave it out. we'll kind of do half of it. You can do the rest. But overall, overall, I really like how this one looks. Now, I've shown you a couple of examples of the cave. Now, I'm going to pick two, as I said previously, a big one and a small one. And what I'm going to do first is focus on the smaller version, just so it'll be easier to digest. And then later on, I will show you an example, a finished example of a bigger cave to show you what it could look like eventually if you do have, generation around you. So, without further ado, we are going to go on to step number 3. So now you've picked out a cave, or you've chosen the one that is closest to you or whatnot, it's time to start laying out the kind of ideas going ahead. So for me, I went straight in and took a screenshot and added in a couple of vague paint ideas on what kind of parts I'm expecting. So a major thing with a Batcave is platforms. There's a bunch of different platforms, but also the level of platforms as well. So they're not always at the same Y level. I mean, depending on different variations, I know some comics do have that. But I really kind of like the idea of having the stairs going, crossing between each one. So that was kind of my main idea. However, that won't be until yet, but I still wanted to kind of get an idea ahead of time. So going forward, I decided that we got to block off some of these tunnels. So it is a little bit more difficult due to this being a mine shaft. So I've color coordinated it to make it just a little bit easier for you guys. So this yellow wall is kind of trying to highlight that I'm going to block this section off because it's just a little bit in the way. Now, I've been thinking, actually, I do kind of like this section here anyways. So whether or not I kind of make a little platform here for a Batmobile, but I guess time will tell. But places like this can be blocked off. Of course, we've got all of these tunnels for this mine shaft as well. That's going to be cut off as well. And going up, I think there's one up here. There we go. And then, of course, we've got this section over here. So I'm going to block off this entire section. However, things like this as well, you can even use as an entrance for a Batwing. So it might even be a good idea if we add in a little platform here and having the Batwing go up. So I think that might be a perfect idea. So I'll leave that there for now, but I do want to still highlight, any kind of parts we could get rid of. Then I'm going to use these kind of columns as well to kind of draw and bring across this entire cave. So I don't want to get too overwhelmed by the amount of, caverns there are. So I just want to keep this quite small and quite, quaint. And then another thing I also want to add in this cave, which is completely optional, is water. So it is very common in iterations that there might be a waterbed in some of the Batcaves, or it might just be quite a low, deep cave with a bunch of stalagmites and stalactites. I'm going to say them both because I don't know which one's which. But what I have been seeing here is there is a nice flat area going all the way across due to this kind of patchy cave going quite underneath here. And what I kind of want to do with that is drop it down a couple of Y levels and make it into quite a deep pond / lake. And while I was at it, and the main reason why I chose this cave in particular is because of the mine shaft parts, which is very easy and very handy to have to kind of start highlighting parts of the foundations. But again, I'm going to leave that there for now, and this is mainly due to the terraforming. So what I'm going to do next is, now that I've kind of highlighted the parts of where I want to cover up, I'm going to move on to the block palettes I'm going to use. So this is down to preference, and I prefer to use stone for my Batcaves rather than deep slate, because I'm going to be using quite dark blocks for the platforms anyways, and the cave itself is going to be quite dark. So I kind of wanted to use an array of grey blocks, so dead coral, stone, andesite, gravel, and also with that they have the variations of stairs, slabs, and walls as well, so we can make loads of different types of shapes. And that is just down to personal preference. If you do want to use deep slate and keep it as it is, you can. The main parts that I tend to want to cover are first just obviously the ores, all of this granite and diorite, tuff and everything like that. That for me is so important. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a little time lapse of me changing this all up. Of course, it's going to be a little bit easier because I'm in creative. It will take a lot longer for you if you're in survival, and that is completely understandable. But I just want to give you kind of a rough idea of how to approach this as well. So without further ado, let's crack on. We're going to patch it all up, change this all into stone, and I'm going to keep it relatively the same. But before I do go down and start terraforming, I want to actually go over some kind of terraforming rules and disciplines that you might see in other people's builds as well. Now, for a disclaimer, I don't know what I'm doing half the time, but I'm going to try and teach you a few little tips and tricks that I've used for terraforming in Minecraft. And I wanted to start with the overworld because I think it's the best place to start. So a prime example of this is with, the hills going around here. You can kind of see it's kind of like a wave shape, so they kind of all form in that kind of section all the way across. And you might have parts that go a little bit further, going slightly out, and they kind of go quite continuous until they kind of meet either like a hill or they kind of go around back into a circle. So this, you can see there's a gap of maybe 3 to 2. This one's got 4, but you're more than welcome to kind of emphasize a little bit of shape here. It doesn't have to be completely flat. You kind of want to make use of the amount of jagged kind of shapes that you can make. So making that look a little bit nicer. And then another thing as well is like the corners of some of these hills. I'm trying to find the best example here, which by no reason I can't find. Let's go all the way over here into this corner. So it's not too bad, but I think it's a little bit too blocky. So what I want to do is I kind of want to just cut out this entire section here, removing this part just to give a little bit breathing space on this new Y level. And then going forwards, I kind of just want to change the shape ever so slightly just to make it look a little bit smoother and kind of more gradual. So smoothing this part out, probably connect these two together and adding the blocks together like that. So now you've got a nice little gradual curve going all the way around. Now, that is very similar to the caves, however there are just a few couple different changes that I would make. So let's pop on all the way down to another side of the cave that we've chosen, and I'll pop on some night vision on, and I'm just going to quickly go through the kind of rules of what I'm going to be doing by connecting one side to another. So now we're back down here and I've got my night vision. The first thing I kind of want to start doing is by connecting it at different Y levels. So I'm just going to start at the bottom. I'm going to do quite a ruggedy kind of idea. And I also kind of want to highlight as well from what we learned from the overworld down here in the caves. It is slightly different because we've got so many aspects to kind of consider. Whether that'll be the ground where you can see where these waves are going, how it transforms into the side, and also as it goes up into the ceiling. So it's kind of a lot to kind of consider all in one go. So keeping that in mind, I'm just going to crack on adding these like little blocks going all the way across, keeping it quite jagged. And I don't want it to look completely the same, and I don't always want it to be exactly the same Y level as well, or X and Z level either. So what I want to start off with is just getting a few of these blocks and just going straight up. It doesn't really matter how tall they are, they're just going to go straight up, and whether or not they connect doesn't really matter. So changing them at different heights, and so on and so forth. And then I'm going to start doing that with the other parts as well, but of course keeping it quite different as well. So kind of keeping it as if you're going to be doing like a little type of fence, but this time we're doing it, of course this will be a stone eventually, of course I'm just highlighting it a little bit easier for you now. And we've kind of got this little part going on. Now it's a little bit too blocky. So I kind of want to break this up by adding more of these little columns going across, adding different Y levels, and adding them all the way across and kind of merging it into the cave itself. So whether or not this part looks a little bit different, so I just kind of want to make it look a little bit similar in that kind of retrospect. So now we kind of got this little pattern going on, and it's time to kind of consider this next part in. I will then be bringing it down, and this is when it kind of overlaps ever so slightly. So because this is quite a narrow part, I would tend to have this go up a little bit higher, and then for it to kind of drop down. So whether or not the second part will be the most narrowest part of the cave itself. So we're going quite chunky in the middle, going to phase it out in ever so slightly in the middle, and then kind of spread it out on the top again. So I'm going to get my blocks, kind of add a few little parts in here as well, and try and make it look a little bit more deep, like so. So carrying it on. Doesn't have to be completely perfect, and you can always, rectify it as you go along. And again, incorporating that as well. So I think I might change that ever so slightly. I tend to kind of keep it to 1 or 2 blocks, maybe 3 as a gap. I don't really like it when it's complete like this. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's not, but I'll just have a little bit more space extra. Then it's time to kind of incorporate the ceiling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do exactly the same thing, building up my columns again. And then as things go out, I'm just going to kind of spread it out a little bit more. So adding it into our ceiling, bringing parts down again. And making it look a little bit nicer, like so. Now, of course, I will definitely give you the benefit of the doubt. If you are doing it in survival, it will be a very long-winded process. Trust me, it took me forever doing this. A lot of netherrack and scaffolding and dirt was used. And there we go. And that is kind of what I want to kind of maintain as I go on. So again, I want to just change ever so slightly, kind of blending it in with the rest of this cave. So whether or not I completely cover this little section here, like that, and maybe bring it over, close it on the other side, making it look a little bit nice and polished. So that is kind of what I'm going with. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight of how I'm going to kind of battle this terraforming in the cave. But without further ado, I will do a little time lapse. Let's get cracking. Okay, so we are now back into the cave, and I just want to give it a little close-up on some of the terraforming bits. And of course, most of it could be subject to change as we start building in the platforms. But of course, I had to make it out of bright yellow wool just to make it a little bit easier to have a look during the time lapse and seeing the difference between what I've added in and what I've kept. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to replace the yellow wool into stone. So now that is all added in. It looks so plain right now. It looks so bad. But what I also want to kind of highlight is whether or not you want to add in a pond or anything like that, I also really recommend texturing the walls and all of this stone as well. It's all fine, you know, having it as, you know, completely grey, but adding in just an extra little bit of texture does have a lot of effect. So I want to show you what it's like if I'm doing it by hand. So I tend to do it into little lines. So adding it like that, then maybe adding in some dead coral, kind of attaching it like that. Then I might go across ever so slightly, kind of like a lightning pattern with some andesite, and doing it again with the coral, and so on and so forth. So that is what the typical like style I would do personally, although it is very difficult doing it in creative because I'm going to be using World Edit. So that's the kind of idea, and then going up into, you know, different versions, just going to keep on following this kind of style, having it kind of zigzag all the way across, and that will go absolutely everywhere. Of course, it's going to be a lot of different resources that you're going to be needing, so I don't blame you if you decide to not use the dead coral and you just want to stick with andesite and cobblestone. That is completely understandable, because I'll tell you now, getting the coral this for my previous Batcave was an absolute nightmare. Just don't do it. Especially that I stuck to one type of dead coral, which was the yellow one, which I believe is horn coral. So yeah, not ideal, but still really like the kind of slight shade change with this grey kind of Batcave. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use the commands to change this all into a gradient pattern. Of course, it won't look exactly what I want to do here, but we're just going to roll with it for now. And then I'm going to crack on with this little part down here where we're going to sink down, you know, the terraforming that we've kind of done, and start adding in some other parts for this this lake. Okay, now I've added this all in, so it's absolutely plastered everywhere. So what I've done in the command is done 70% of stone, 10% of cobblestone, andesite, and dead coral, and that has gone absolutely everywhere in this area. But let's talk more about this part. So what I want to do is start kind of chiseling out this entire section here. So this complete Y level that we've got going on here is going to be removed. And I kind of want to drop this down by a couple of levels. Now, ironically, it's actually going to be much easier to do this in survival if you've got a beacon and a bunch of good tools. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into peaceful just for now, while I'll chisel this entire section out, and then I'll come back to you guys, just because I think it'll be a little bit easier for me to show it to you on a time lapse rather than me actually just kind of chiseling each block at a time and hoping for the best. So I'll catch up with you guys in just a moment. So the entirety of this part has been chiseled out, and I've just literally left most of this completely exactly the same. And as all of it was kind of chiseled out, I wasn't really happy for this like dip here. And as you previously mentioned about waves, I kind of want to bring this forward ever so slightly. So that will then be filled up in a minute. Now we're going to kind of go exactly the same way as our previous terraforming parts. So for the underwater part, I still want to keep a little bit of shape here and there, just adding to the bottom, adding a little bit of shape and adding it across. It doesn't have to be all the way across. You might have some parts which can be just completely flat, or you might add like one block there just to kind of break it up a little bit. So doing it all the way across here, adding some here and there. Now talking about block palettes for under the water, I kind of want to have it ever so slightly different. So let's say we're going to have this part here as our water level, and from the block underneath, this is when I'll probably change it to tough blocks, probably add in a little bit of dripstone, and then still maintain the cobblestone and andesite, just to kind of keep things kind of together. So I just want to make things a little bit darker with this underwater. So of course going through like the zigzag aspect all the way across. And even so, if you decide to add in structures or waterfalls, which we might, dabble in later, you might feel like you want to add a little bit of mossy cobble as well, just to add a little bit of greenery in there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to continue adding in all of this kind of jagged parts at the bottom. I also kind of want to smooth out these parts down here, so adding this like that, kind of bring some of these together, and I'm going to have this go all the way across the other side with all of my new block colours here and there. I've kind of removed some of the mineshaft at the moment, especially going to be removing the ones that are going to be under our water level, so this will all be removed. So when I've done all of the little parts for the block palette down here, I'll catch up with you guys in just a second. I mean, I'm still going to keep this all in here anyways, just because it might save a little bit of time. And then after that, I'll show you what it looks like with the yellow wall, and then I'll tap back in with you guys in just a second. So I kind of patched up hardly anything really, and I've just changed this into back to stone. And I've kind of just left things just kind of a bit ruggedy at the bottom anyways. And the reason for that is because water erosion looks a little bit different than just normal cave erosion. So I've just kind of left it as it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the command to change everything into tough and dripstone. So I think I went a little bit overboard, but I kind of want to keep it as it is. So there's like a really good change around there. So let's pop that all back in. And kind of next up, what to do now is actually fill this up with water. So the best way to do this is probably get some netherrack or dirt, because it's the most easiest to destroy. And I'm going to have the water bed all the way to the top of this block here. Now the reason why I'm saying that is because this will all be covered up with stone slabs and cobble slabs anyways. So this will all be covered, and it will just have a half block gap between that and the water bed. And I think it will look a little bit nice and kind of a little bit more smooth as well. So I'm just going to change a few little parts here, and then I'm going to bridge this all across and then pop it all in as water. And of course there's going to be a few crevices that kind of go in that is kind of underwater, so you might have to swim to them separately and fill them up as well. I think there's a few bits down here that might be a little bit of a struggle, but I think it's definitely possible, and so on and so forth. So next up is filling it all up with water. So as I'm filling this up as well, we've got a few little parts that look a little bit messy. So I'm just going to quickly just join them up together and then kind of deal with any sort of terraforming issues later on. So I'm going to continue adding this all across. Also, another thing to add, don't worry about if there's one or two blocks that are overground that is kind of poking out. It will still be really nice to have that added in, adding just a little bit of depth to the kind of area around the lake. And what I mean by that is you can still kind of add a couple of blocks up, and of course all of this again will be covered with slabs just to avoid any mobs spawning, but you can add in just an extra block or two just to bring it up a little bit, or just keep it on the side as well. So again, filling this all up. I'm nearly done with this. I've got quite a big chunk over there to do, and just reminding you that I've dropped it down by 1 block here because water will then go on top if you were in survival. So I don't want anyone to kind of mess it up ever so slightly, spend so much time doing that, because of course when you build it up with water and drop it all across, it will then go straight down and you don't have to worry about doing it by layer. So enough chatter, let's keep cracking on. So all of this has now been covered over, and as I was slowly going through, it kind of made me realise that these parts here actually won't be able to be added. So whether or not I fully add them across, which these ones I think is quite doable. I think I might just chisel that out just a little bit and add a little bit of extra shape. But there's, I think, a few down here, which I'm just going to cover up with yellow wool. There we go, because I just thought, oh yeah, this part is going to be the water layer, so that's not going to look right. And there we go. And then I'm just going to start adding in all of the water, which is going to be quite a long process. Making sure absolutely everything is leveled up and all perfect. And this will go all the way around the entire thing. Now you can either choose to have one big pool of water like I'm doing right here, or you can also section it as well if you have a much bigger cave to also add some more little pools of water as well here and there. Whether or not you want to add maybe a pool or a little waterfall going down, which is definitely something I want to consider later on. So making sure all of this is leveled. Don't want to make anything look awful at all. And now you probably have guessed what's going to come up next is going to destroy everything. So all of this yellow wool, in your case, might be netherrack or dirt. This will then be destroyed. So if I show you what it will look like, it will then go down and start flowing underneath. Unfortunately, these bats are not going to make it rather than proper air. So if I start sectioning it all down, destroying these blocks one by one, you can tell it's going to come down and start flowing in nicely. And like I said, I'm going to carry on breaking this out, and then in these little corner parts, I think we'll start filling it up with water like this, where there's going to be no overlap from there before. But I will destroy it for now because I don't want to complicate things with what I've currently got going on. And I want to make sure that, again, everything is currently leveled and looking good. So I'll catch you guys in just a moment when all of this has been destroyed. Okay, so now the wall has been destroyed and the water has fallen down, and we have kind of come up with a problem. However, I don't want to go straight into that yet because I want to talk about these air pockets all the way over here. So what we're just going to do is get a water bucket and on the top block, just fill them in. It will look a little bit weird. I mean, I think it might be because I'm also got shaders on, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. So let's just fill this all in very nicely. And also to note as well, which we'll also kind of cover later, is when you do platforms and have anything going into the water, you might have to also do exactly the same thing as I've just done and pop water on top of it, because it might not automatically be waterlogged because not every single block is water, if that makes sense, because we've done it at a certain Y level. Have it drop down rather than do it, you know, layer by layer. So we have got the glow squid problem, which I've kind of shrugged off personally. I'm like, okay, it's just Minecraft, like, whatever. But I also have a few kind of solutions. I say that, probably just the one, which is an axolotl. So axolotls, for some reason, go after these guys, and they do kill them eventually. I did have one that did get stuck, so that is also a slight issue. So going for maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 axolotls in your pond might be helpful. I know as well, it came up online that you might have to put half slabs on the bottom, but I don't think it actually applies to big pools of water because they don't spawn on a block. I don't think they do. And they also spawn below Y level 30, so we are quite low down. So again, if you're thinking of making a Batcave, you might want to consider the actual world generation Y level in account. Hello, it's me, Editor Enwa here, and I have a few little tips that I completely forgot at the time, which is one of them is lighting up the water. So raising the light level also stops glow squids from spawning. I don't know exactly the level it is, but making sure that they're a higher level, I'd probably assume maybe 5 to 6, maybe a 7. But again, you might want to have a darker pool of water that kind of, embraces the environment. So what I can kind of recommend is sea pickles as well, which we'll go later in the video with more kind of world building and decorating. And then another part as well is not having water at all. You maybe just want a normal cavern, you don't need to have a pool of water. Or, kind of going with that theme, is I do recommend the fog effect with glass. So I'll pop a little picture on the screen now from a very, very small and very old Batcave that I built back in 2020. And I used the fog effect with blue glass, and I really liked how it came out. And this was before the Cave and Cliffs update. This was, I think it was pre-Nether update, I believe, is when all of this was done. So I had to build my own cave. But I loved how the effect happened, and of course mobs don't spawn on semi-transparent blocks, so you can do whatever you want with that. And you can really use glass panes for waterfalls or anything like that if you want to spice up that way. You don't always just have to use water. So there are a few little kind of things that we can do to kind of stop that from happening. Hopefully Mojang kind of fixes the glow squid problem, or just gives them a purpose, who knows. But anyways, enough chatter, let's carry on with the video in account. However, we're going to leave it for now. We're going to give it a little bit of ambience. I'm going to spawn a few more in here just so they can get to work. And if not, then they can, have a quick death. It's time to mob proof. So, we've got a few mobs in here. Ironically, they are all creepers. And that is the last thing we kind of want in this cave. I mean, if you didn't notice, we've got night vision on. That's why it's so, bright in here. But if I turn it off, it's going to be absolutely dark. And the last thing you want to do is start building platforms up, and this guy comes behind you and kills you. So, the best way to do that, for me personally, is slabs. So every single surface which can, spawn a mob will have a slab on top of it. So you might have to rethink the blocks that you've used on certain parts. So for example, there's no coral slab. So I'm just going to change that to an andesite block and then put an andesite slab on top of it. And that goes the same with the stone. I kind of want to keep it relatively the same. I might change that to andesite and then change that there so it kind of looks more like a clump. And then if this guy moves out the way, do it like that. It doesn't look like anything has changed. But now, mobs can't spawn on there. And this will happen to, like I said, every single surface. So even the ones over here, everything has got to have a slab on it. And that is the next project. Now, if you want, you can add slabs on the top if you would like to, just to give more shape to your cave. However, it will take a long time, and I will tell you that for sure. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove the coral and the gravel that's kind of been put on here. I'm just going to do a mix of cobblestone and andesite, and I'm just going to slab absolutely everything. Yeah, everything. And we can always destroy it if we need to put something in place there. But right now, we don't need to do that, so everything is going to be slabs. So, are you ready? Set? Go. So all the slabs have been placed down, and as you can see behind me, the creepers have now diverged onto the mine shaft. Because I've decided not to, wall proof any of that. But there we go. Now, I just kind of wanted to highlight something before I kind of move on to step 4. And this is something that I actually tend to do, like literally the last thing, which is using stairs to kind of make my terrain a little bit more round. Because of course, they can't also spawn on stairs. So even adding it to the corners here, rounding it up a little bit nicely, and it just adds a little bit more depth. But if you want to do that now, you can. I just tend to do it at the very last point because I want to make sure I've got all of my foundations down and have it all built out nicely, and kind of bend any more details around the environment that I've just kind of created. So with that being said, it is time for step 4, which is laying their foundations. So now we are on step number 4, which is laying down the foundations. Now, as I previously mentioned, I did like a little tiny sketch of like the initial kind of cave size and kind of different platforms here and there that I thought, yeah, that might look good later on. But the other thing as well is it's so important to also look at inspiration. So looking at different forms of Batcaves that have been made across the years, whether that be from games, from films, from comics, literally from anything whatsoever. So I've popped a few pictures on screen of different kind of parts that I'll be kind of taking a little bit of each from, and kind of going it from there. So I usually do tend to theme my Batcaves with one particular rendition. But for this one, I kind of want to do a little bit of a mix up and just kind of get those key parts from other little Batcaves that we've seen over the years. But it's also important to have a look at the kind of key facilities up like within the Batcave and kind of where to lay it all out later on. So a few things that come to mind is obviously having the entrance and an exit from the Batcave itself. So whether or not you have a way manor already built or you have a nice quick access, I would usually start there in terms of like where this part of the Batcave will start. And then going to a Bat computer, we've also got the medical bay, we've also got like maybe a little mini lab or an armory. We've also got the possibility of a detective area, so whether or not I'll have loads of cabinets and files and, you know, boards and absolutely everything apart from there. A little storage area maybe, and a training section as well. And of course, our mode of transport, which will be for the Batwing, the Batmobile, kind of those main two. You might want to add more if you want to, but that's like not a necessity whatsoever. So the key things that we've kind of already found in this cave is this section up here. I really want to have dedicated to the Batwing. So we'll have our Batwing added in here. Now I kind of want to use a bit of this mine shaft in mind, and I'm kind of thinking having a bridge actually from that side over to the other part. Now I'm kind of drawn whether or not I kind of want it to be just a straight line over, or do things like some of the Batcaves I've seen is actually kind of hog around the line of the the cave itself, and then we can add a little bit of structure going in on the side. So we're kind of bending towards the cave itself rather than just making it purely blocky structures. So that is kind of a first thought. Then I was thinking, well, of course, how will we get in and out of this cave? And I was thinking this little corner here might be a perfect little part. So having a nice little structure built down with a door going in and out, maybe like a lift style, as like you see from the Batman or something like that, you know, having it go down. Then we can also use these platforms here to cross over and having these platforms here and there. So right now, that's kind of my verbalized thoughts, and I still kind of want to mark it all out in wall for you guys so you can kind of see where I'm coming from. But it's also really important to kind of highlight the fact of platforms and heights of platforms. So looking at how tall your cave is, like how tall would you like these platforms to be? You might want to have this one be really, really tall up here, and then you might even have another little platform underneath. So you can definitely do that. You can definitely overlap the two together and really make the use of all of that. So I'm kind of thinking with the Batmobile, I kind of want it to be on this side as well. I usually like having my Batmobiles at the very bottom of the cave. So having a nice little open area for that, maybe with a little tunnel. But then with how kind of small that section is over here, I wouldn't be opposed to having another structure here with a road leading out of this cave. Now, we'll go into that more detail later, but I think it is time to kind of start planning out a little design of where these foundations are going to go. I'm definitely going to time lapse it because I think it'll be a little bit easier for you guys to like walk through, and I'm going to kind of color coordinate each section. So maybe yellow will be for just casual platforms, red could be for kind of important sections, whether that be for a medical facility or something like that, and then blue will be for the Batwing and of course the Batmobile as well, and maybe the Bat computer that can all just be under one little wing. So that's enough rambling for me for now, and I'll catch you guys in just a moment. Okay, starting off, I wanted to utilize the main part of this Batcave, which was the Batwing little section. So I've just did a little tiny circle, and I might change that later on, but I just kind of want to get like the main grounds down, and then I kind of want to start connecting places together. Now, even though some of the platforms are quite all over the place, and of course Batman can just grapple across, this is Minecraft, so that is very difficult to do. So what I decided next was try and start building a kind of little runway for a Batmobile, and then we kind of left it there for now. I wasn't really sure whether or not I was satisfied with the idea. Then I kind of wanted to utilize what we've got from the mineshaft, so just built a long bridge and a massive platform which will have our Bat computer and such. And of course, utilizing what I kind of already planned is the little connection from the elevator from the Batcave to the Wayne Manor. Then I wanted to add some more heights to this area, so I didn't want it to be completely open. And one of the main things I really enjoyed building my own Batcave from the Arkham Origin style was having this bridge kind of connecting, quite hogging against the wall. And I thought that was the perfect place to also add in where will be the Batmobile there. So then I wanted to, after I got rid of like the previous little Batmobile area, wanted to start adding these massive platforms for potentially some training grounds area, having it all connected. So I really wanted to use as much space as possible and kind of show you guys all these different, shapes and sizes and kind of ways that we can kind of get across that. So then I just got rid of the rest of the planks, kind of did a little bit of terraforming, and then that is it. So let's go into more detail. And here we are, a fully planned out Batcave, and I'll tell you guys now, I think this could be the most difficult part to do, because you want to make sure that you are using as much room as possible, and it's definitely a bit of a struggle, but I've kind of tried my best to kind of make sense of what we're looking at, and also I just kind of wanted to show you a variety of different ways of approaching different platforms and different parts of either if it's above water or if it's on land as well. So like I said, I did color coordinate it for you guys. So the blue is for our transport, the red is kind of a facility section, so whether that be a medical bay or little parts over here. I haven't really thought what we're going to do here. I think it might be a little detective corner. And of course the yellow, which is kind of bridging everything across. So I kind of want to show you what a bridge looked like by using the mineshaft that we had already, but also in a straight line, as well as another type of bridge which will hog against the wall as well. Now, another thing I kind of want to add in or try and do is this section here and also over here. Trying to add maybe like a little staircase that goes into the wall and up to through the other side. And that will be the same over here. So maybe we might do like a little tunnel that kind of leads round from here instead of it just being a straight line. So we can still kind of expand our environment as it is. So that's kind of a definite, like an idea that's in the works. And of course, adding in everything else. So I'm kind of thinking, just for layout reasons, this section down here, I'm really liking as a medical bay. So I can kind of think, oh, so Batman's had a little bit of a struggle. He gets off the Batwing, he goes down here, and the medical bay is here ready for him. Then up here in the corner, we've got a little training facility. So whether or not we have a little AR section at the top or on this bottom part here, or a bunch of storage as well, we can do a lot of different parts with that. Then over here, we've just decided that'll be a little detective corner. Our elevator that'll go straight up to Wayne Manor. And then of course, I wanted to have a kind of a big platform in the middle, kind of spaced out and centered, which would be the back computer. So I kind of want that hogged against the wall as well. Now I also kind of want to mention the platform style. So I started going quite blocky, so everything was quite square. And as I went along, I kind of wanted to round the corners ever so slightly because I don't want it to be completely sharp corners. So this will probably be around the corner at some point, not entirely sure. Now it kind of all depends on the kind of theme and the style of Batcave that you're doing. If you're doing a very modernized, like 2016 Batman vs Superman type of cave, you might want to just do sharp, square, rectangles, that kind of stuff. But for me, I just kind of want to bring it down a little bit, making it kind of a bit old, run down and that kind of stuff. So I kind of want to show a bit of wear and tear with these platforms. So hence the reason why I've made these little round corners and also kind of break up this environment itself, because there's a lot going on. And if we just make it a little bit more kind of straight, but with the rounded corners, I think it looks really, really nice. So we've laid in our foundations, and it will be time for part 5, which will be, discovering our block palettes and starting to build up these foundations themselves. So we have laid down our foundations, and it is time to establish a block palette. And for me, because I've gone for quite a light grey cave, I kind of want to change that to a dark grey array of blocks. And I'll tell you now, you might be looking at my hotbar and thinking, this is going to be expensive. And I'll tell you now, it's only going to get worse. So the main blocks I kind of want to use is polished deep slate and the variants it comes with. So the stairs, the slabs, and the walls. This will be used as kind of a border for every single part of the platforms. And then, of course, using the stairs as, obviously, our stairs to cross over. Now, I kind of wanted to shake it up a little bit. And I want to add in a blast furnace and some cyan terracotta for the base of every single platform. And I'll go through what it looks like later on. Then, for my structures, whether or not that would just be this part up here for the Batwing, so going up, it'll have like a little bit of a section coming down as like an open and close. I will then use mud, and I'll use some basalt. I absolutely love these blocks together for some odd reason, and we'll go through, decorating later on as well, but using dark oak pops really well with these two colours combined, so very worth thinking about. Then we got an anvil. And this anvil will serve as our railing. Now this is why I've added in the walls, because if it's too expensive with the blast furnaces already, you can use the walls and have them dotted across anyways. So I just kind of wanted to highlight the anvil. I love the shape of it, and to even make it a little bit better, I usually like adding on top with a little grey carpet. So I'm already aware that there's grey carpets everywhere with on top of these anvils. So if there's any issues in terms of lighting levels, we could just add some carpet down and that will fix it for us if there's not enough space. So kind of like a little mix of the two. So these are going to be the block palettes I am going to use, and I do apologize, but what I will do is if you are building this in survival, I will pop down a really good iron farm video in the description. I use this. I'm not one that builds farms. I've literally built a guardian farm and an iron farm, nothing else. So when I went through this, it was just so much, like, that was a little bit of a hassle, but it was so much easier to get through, and it is very, very rewarding. So it's very much an AFK, stand, just chill out, and then you open the chests, you got a lot of iron. So I do apologize for that. And of course, if you don't want to use these blocks, you can switch them out. That's the love of Minecraft, you know, you can always do things whatever you want. Then I want to kind of go a little bit more into detail and bring in some chains for our poles that will kind of come down and attach to the ground, so making sure that not everything is, you know, defying gravity. And that is pretty much it, I believe. Nothing really comes to mind. Of course, banners might be helpful if you want to add a little bit of cover with certain parts. So I might do it down here, add this little section, have like a bunch of banners going around, but we can decide in just a moment. So now that this is all cleared up and we are ready to go, it's time to start building the platforms themselves. So what I'm going to start doing is removing where all of the wall has been placed down and just replacing it with some polished deep slate slabs, and that will be on the top half of the block rather than the bottom half. So I'm just going to add those all the way around, and I'll just do half for now just so you kind of get the gist of it. So then I'm going to get my terracotta and my blast furnaces. Now, of course, this is a very expensive platform, so I usually tend to go a little bit more ham on the terracotta because it's easier to get and it makes more quantity with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start, just connect it across just for now. And I'm going to start just kind of adding the blocks in just different shapes, adding little tiny gaps. You might want to like have a little look at how many gaps you've actually got, because you're thinking, oh, that might be a little bit too much for me. But adding all of this around, make sure it's kind of connecting up to the landscape as well. So kind of adding doing a lot of L shapes. Gonna add maybe a diagonal instead, actually. You can get involved. And adding those there. Might do like a little big part over there. And breaking that bit up. And that's kind of how it's looking. So not entirely going overboard. Then with the blast furnaces, I'm going to make sure that I place them all in the same direction. So I'm going to face it this way. So we are looking south. So all of my blast furnaces are going to look south, because if I do it the other way, it's going to look a little bit different. So I'm going to add them all across, making sure I'm crouching when I'm placing them all next to each other, because I don't really want to be using the blast furnaces. Although I will say, when I did build up all of the iron and, you know, I didn't have a, you know, iron farm yet, I would use these to actually smelt them, so it was going to be a lot quicker. And that is the kind of gist of that platform, like so. So you can kind of see what it looks like. Now, what I'm thinking is actually looking at it like this. I think I might change this so the border is all completely blast furnaces, like this, and then breaking it up with some terracotta here and there. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to get rid of these little connecting points as well, so it looks a little bit sharper in each corner, like so, and adding a little bit more there. So now we look down, it looks a little bit more like a platform, but of course when you look underneath as well, it's kind of all dotted around. Then what I'm going to do next is add in some of the banisters. So I haven't yet kind of built a proper bridge yet, so I'm just going to leave a couple of blocks and add some anvils. They are going to be quite loud, I apologise. Adding them like this, and adding the grey carpet on top like this. And that will be pretty much how it's going to go for nearly every single platform. So all of these corners, they will just kind of be gotten rid of, but I'm just keeping them there for now just so I know what the shape is like. Now, when I was looking at this section over here, I think I might make this, I don't want to say corridor, but this platform here a little bit wider. So I kind of want to have my stairs actually 3 blocks wide, and then have the 5th block as the banister. So this will be the stairs, and it'll connect like that instead. So that's something I'm going to keep in mind. So what I'm going to start doing is slowly, gradually do all of this platform at the moment. And whenever there's an area for stairs, I like to just add the stairs on top of the block there. Add it on top like this. And then I just want to get an upside down stair over here and pop an anvil on top just to add that little extra height like that. And I can just copy it on the other side as well. So whether or not you want the deep slate stairs to be like this, like it doesn't really matter what kind of shape you want it to look like. I'm kind of actually leaning more towards the one like this, where it's kind of pointing back to us, like there. And then I can do that again with this part. And then that kind of actually lines up really well with this next platform up here, which I'm just going to connect up, and I just want to show you guys again how it looks. So I just want to get rid of that little block there, and I'm just going to cover this all up with terracotta for now, and I'm just going to dot it all around with blast furnaces in a second. And this area is going to be our entrance and exit to the Batcave, and then of course to the Wayne Manor. So I just want to make sure when the grills actually face towards the south, I'm just going to turn it around so it looks north again, just to avoid that kind of unnecessary detail that I don't really want on there. There we go. And I'm going to add my anvils in. Very, very loud. I'm so sorry. There we go. Popping all of my carpets on top. Add that one over there as well. So I'm going to actually do this and then do that. There we go. So we're heading on up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my dirt and my basalt. And this could be in a different shape that you'd like. So for me, my personal preference is having 2 small 1x1 elevators, one going up and one going down to and from the Batcave. It's just going to be so much easier. It doesn't take up that much space, and you can do a lot more with that as well with the kind of environment that you've got. If you want to do something a little bit more fancier, like some stairs that gradually go up through like a little cave and having that lead towards a hidden door, you can definitely do that. It is completely up to your imagination and your preference anyways. So what I'm going to do here is a little bit of a cozy corner. So I'm just going to line this out with my mud. And I might even have this go in just a little bit further. So this is when I can really make use of this cave size like this and have the start of what would go up. So I'm just going to kind of use the environment still to kind of go around this building. So I would kind of want to have like quite tall arches going up. I mean, to be honest, I might even change this with slabs as well, so kind of really emphasize this area as kind of like a gradual little part over here. And then this is where I'm going to get my basalt and just kind of dot around a little bit of texture here and there. Add a little bit there. And just kind of going to go up as much as, you know, you kind of want to, really. There's no preference on whether or not you want the entire thing to be basalt and mud. I think I did like a little bit of it, and then the rest of it was kind of just deep slate, but that's kind of how it's looking. Then I'd probably add a little bit of a pool of water there, and because of this I can just change the environment ever so slightly where it can just be a little bit of a gradual curve rather than it just being kind of messed up a little bit. So that is the plan going forwards now, and I'm going to do a little time lapse of that again, and of course I'm going to, you know, pause the video and go through all the major parts again if there's anything new that I'm adding in. So whether or not that will be the stands for the platform that we'll get to soon, and I believe the stairs as well, if there's any more complex stairs and bridges and whatnot, you know the drill. So I will see you guys when all of these platforms are semi-complete. So most of the platforms have been built up, and I just want to quickly go through it, you know the drill. So I wanted to start off with the Batmobile and the Batwing area, so I have not bothered texturing this section at all. Now the reason for that is I do want to add a different coloured block for the base of this platform, which will probably be nether brick. I just like having that extra pop of colour somewhere. So that is exactly done on the same side over there. So later on, I will then change this ever so slightly. Then you can see most of this has just been built up, and you might have seen it in the time lapse. I started trying to do the design of this bridge going across, of it gradually going down. Oh my goodness. I had no idea what I was doing. I thought I did it in my previous world. Turns out I didn't. It was all completely the same Y level. So what I've done for now is I've just done it to this certain point here. And I'm probably going to change it so there's going to be an extra little platform here. And then having stairs go up, so it's not one massive staircase crossing the two together. Then over here, we've got this nice little section in the back. And I've just decided to change this by pushing it up by one block up, just because I thought it was a little bit too close for comfort, and I think the 4-block gap is a little bit nicer. So that's nicely been put down. Of course, we will connect all of these together later on. Then I've left out this little section over here and the little medical bay. I thought I was going to try and do it, but then it turns out because it's uneven layers and whatnot, I just decided to leave it for now and we'll just go back to it later. And that is pretty much it, and it's time to talk about this bridge over here. So this is really straightforward, and I'm gonna cross it over with some slabs, and I'm gonna go to the point before it goes up, and I'm gonna leave a little gap here. Then I'm gonna get some slabs and cross it with some stairs. Then on the other side, I'm gonna turn these stairs upside down and cross it all the way over. Do exactly the same thing again, so getting the slabs, getting our stairs, them up, upside down, and then crossing it over to the other side. So I'm going to do it, crossing those together, And now they've all joined up. So then it'll be really easy for our anvils to just be added on here. And then for lighting level purposes, I am going to change this. So the base is still going to stay as the blast furnaces and the terracotta. However, I'm going to actually just completely cover it with carpet. Because you can see over here, we have not added any light so far. So all of these mobs will be spawning on this bridge. So if we get rid of any way of mobs like spawning on here, we'll do it. So let's just start filling this all in, and I'll catch up with you guys in just a moment. So this is the kind of design that I'm just going for at the moment. Because it's a 3 wide gap, we've got some room just to add a little bit of terracotta in. So I'm just making sure that my blast furnaces aren't showing the grills on the outside, filling it up with the terracotta in the middle, and I'm going to do exactly the same over here, like this. Then I'm just going to add in my anvils. And top it all off with the carpet. And there we have it. And of course I will then fill this all up with the carpets in just a moment. But I kind of want to talk about the stands of these platforms as well. So I wanted to start off with the bridges first, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some walls and some chains, and I'm going to get a full block of polished deep slate. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably connect it around here. So I'm going to add in some full blocks where these connections are with these stairs. So I'm just going to do one side for now, just so I can show you what it looks like. And what I tend to do is, of course, this is going to be submerged into water, so I kind of want to keep it quite equal in terms of how many blocks there are, how many walls there are when it's all connected. So right now, I'm just going to get my walls and I go down by 3. Probably I can do by 4. Now it's going to be a little bit difficult because now I'm building it underwater, and that's going to be slightly struggle. Then I kind of want to change it into chains. So I'm going to add some chains going down, and I'm just going to go all the way down to the bottom just so I can see what block we're going to be on. So I think we're going to be on this one. I'm going to go up by 4 with our walls, so then it's equal. So we got the main block, our walls, our chains, and then back to the wall and main block. Now, as you can see, this is going to happen a lot when you start building underwater. So you're going to have these air pockets appearing. So just solve it quickly, just get some water and fill that all up, and then it's all nice. So I'm going to repeat that with every little section over here. And then you can just look towards your platforms and be like, oh, I think that could be a little section here. So let's move this little skeleton out of the way. Okay, bro does not want to move at the moment. So I'm thinking I might add in this little corner over here. Add in an anvil, or actually no, I might keep it the same. Add in a little bit of some structure, and it doesn't need to look great either, just keeping it all kind of attached and kind of glowing together. And little parts like these, we can do a little connection towards the wall. So whether or not you want to do it with some polished stairs, I usually tend to like doing this little style over here, having it connect like this, but it's completely up to you. And I'm probably going to be doing that kind of structure over this middle part over here. So with the batwing, I kind of want it to just graduate between this center point rather than adding 4 different pillars going all the way across. So another part here, I'm going to do it in the corner for this section there. I'm probably going to do the 4 again, like that. Then trying to find that center point there. There we go. patch it all across until I find which one I'm going to do. And I'm just going to get that full block again. And adding that across, filling it up with water, and there we go, we've got one full block. Now, I think I might actually just change this just to add just a little bit of the chain just hanging out ever so slightly. So I'm going to do that. Oh no, we're going to keep that the same. So very much the same process over this side. So I'm going to do it by 3. Then I'm going to do it with the chains going down. And even though this is on a different level, that's perfectly fine. So I'm just going to keep it equal. So instead of it being 3 walls, it's just going to be 2 this time. And I'm going to fill it all up again. So then we've got this kind of structure going around on either side. So this will all be filled up. And that is pretty much it. So I'm going to add some of these just dotted around the area. So kind of these corner points pretty much. So I'm going to add a little one over there. And then I'm going to catch you guys just a second and we're going to kind of battle this little section over here because it's a little bit of a mess right now. So let's fill up all of these little parts joining together and I'll catch you guys in just a moment. Okay, so I've added in these little stands all across the bridge and I've added some over here and I've also added some connecting this platform together. And I thought I'd do like a little part going all the way up to the second platform as well. And now it's time to kind of tackle this section over here. So I'm kind of thinking, right, if we just start off by adding some stairs going across this little part here. Actually, we're going to go out with a 3, so that can go like that. And then I can just move this little platform to the side. And let's bring this one down again. So let's cross that together. It's going to be really finicky. And then now we're on the same level. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my blast furnaces and just go all the way across. Kind of connect it all together. Although actually I think it might be easier doing it with terracotta and then I could just change it all later with some blast furnaces because it's always a struggle always having to crouch and place blocks together. So that seems to be fine. And then I'll have my stairs upside down, crossing it all together like this. So let's do a little change of that. There we go. And then I'm going to get my slabs and just keep this little frame going. I don't want to change it a little bit too much, you know, just kind of want to keep everything relatively simple at the moment. And then later on, when I want to start adding all this detail, then that's when I can start going ham on changing everything according to each area and whatnot. So then I'm just going to remove this little section here and I just want to make sure I've got everything connected. And yeah, I think that looks pretty fine. And due to this, I think I want to kind of extend this medical bay like ever so slightly. So I want to have a 3 block gap. Whether or not I can kind of get it a little bit centered as well. And start adding in my stairs. Like this, going all the way down. And I think we go down by 1 more Y level. There we go. And what can we do? So we can kind of make this a little bit more round, to be honest. Have a little curve going like this. Moving that all together. Then that gives a little bit of leeway on the side there. Or actually, let's change this. Gosh, slabs are going to be like the death of me in this. So let's grab that all together. And let's see if I can just make this curve like a little bit better. adding it like this maybe. This is gonna be a little bit of struggle now. Maybe adding it like that. Yeah, that doesn't seem too bad. And then we can just carry on from the other side like this. Now this is when I'm starting to kind of get a little bit overwhelmed with this little section here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chisel out the entire section that I want to actually use. So having it all across here. And what I'm thinking of doing is later on having kind of like a little scaffolding section over here, or maybe some of the rocks overlapping this little section, or even just having like a small little structure in the side here that kind of gives a reason for the rocks to be kind of chiseled away. So let's fully fill this all up. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the full block now, going in all the way across till we're back in here like that, and then chisel it all out again. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill this all up again as per usual with our blocks and blast furnaces and anvils and whatnot. And then we can kind of tackle this little section up here. So like I said, I kind of want it to kind of fan out in the middle, which I don't think is going to be that much of an issue. So we can probably do it now. So having the little part in this middle, then let's just get our walls and our chains back. Want to keep it kind of symmetrical. So this is actually going to be fine. So I'm actually going to just pop another block in the middle. And then I'm thinking just adding some stairs like this and having a slab just kind of connect in the middle. And I can even just fan it out ever so slightly, just a little bit more, having it look like it's kind of popped up into the middle and nice and structured. So that's what I'm kind of going for. So I'm just going to fill in the rest of this little section over here. And then with the stairs, I kind of want to have these upside down stairs going across, which this one's going to be a bit of an issue. And then I want to get my deep slate slabs, have it kind of continue going backwards. So it won't be this one, it'll be this one over here. Have them fanning back out again and having it go across all the way over, because I really like this pattern that it makes. So let me get this full block again. When it gets into the kind of terrain part, that's when I don't want it to get a bit too confusing. There we go. And kind of like that. And even then, inside you can always just kind of block it all off. But I kind of like how it looks. And I just want to get that last bit over there. And make sure that's mirrored on the same side. So this is actually pretty, not as bad as I thought it'd be actually. So I'm going to get all these anvils and continue carrying down this style all the way across here. And then I'm going to fill in this little part here. And then I think we're going to be ready for a little bit of detail. And then I think we could go on to the next step. So I'm just going to look down and I'll catch you guys in just a second. Here we are. So this is all filled in all nicely. And I've just added in this little part in the middle and all of that kind of jazz. So another thing I kind of want to highlight as well is with the stairs section over here. So I'm not really happy with how it looks. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add in a little bit of a small section of this little kind of part, just attaching across on either side. So I'm just going to add in the most tiniest little wall, attaching across there. And then I also just want to cover this up with some slabs as well. And it just kind of reminds me of this part down here. So I'm just going to do that, hiding those top parts of the blast furnace. and that's all added. And I think there's one little part there. No, I've already fixed that already. So that is kind of most of that complete. Now, as I was kind of doing the rest of that, I was kind of making sure, like, trying to get ideas of where to put things later on. And one of the main things I actually realized is I would kind of like to extend this section over here. So I'm thinking of just bringing this out and making it more square-like, of course with like a little rounded corner. And probably just keeping this section kind of the same up here. Now the reason for that is I kind of want to add in an augmented reality kind of training section. So you'll see it a lot in some of the Arkham games if you're familiar, where we'll add in some training dummies and maybe just a tiny little console that you can kind of access to kind of start fighting some of these enemies and whatnot. Then down here, I just kind of started getting a little idea of where to start building the rest of the platform. So like I said, I want to connect this ever so slightly without it being just a long slope of stairs. So I'm thinking of adding it around here. Now I'm just going to time lapse this for you guys, just so there'll be less yapping and more building. And then we're going to go into more of the structure type part. So talking about this part up here. So we've had this since the start and we haven't done anything with it. And probably just drawing around places where I think it'll be kind of suitable for kind of a massive structure like this over here. So that being said, let's crack on and I'll catch you guys in just a few. So now you can see that I've added in that extra platform here, and I've kept my stairs 3 blocks wide because I've done that with the bridge and with all the staircases over here. I thought might as well do that as well. So I really kind of like how it's turned out, to be honest. I wasn't sure if I was going to like it, but I like how it's turned out. And over here with the AR training area, I love how it's turned out again. So I really do want to have quite a big space that we could definitely utilize. And I've got a couple of ideas that I will go over later. However, I have built this circle above the Batwing and I wanted to line it up with the anvils. And this is going to be kind of a little structure that goes up and kind of opens out so it can leave. So what I wanted to do is just kind of go over like the kind of structure type that I'm going to go for. So I've got some stairs, I've got some mud, basalt and some slabs. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go across and connect it all together all nicely, having it all the stairs going upside down. And I'm going to continue going all the way across. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start removing these blue blocks over here. And I'm going to start doing the kind of textured style like we did at the very front. So just going to add in some mud, adding some basalt in the meantime, mixing it all together. And that is going to go up until I can't anymore. And that is going to carry on all the way around. And in the meantime, you might even want to consider actually just connecting this gap that we're going to have up here. So I kind of left this just for now because I wasn't quite sure how it would overlap. And to be honest, it's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. So I'm still going to continue chiseling all this through. So I don't want any kind of issues with this little section. So everything that kind of overlaps will be removed. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that with you as well. Then going down here with this little platform here, I kind of want to add in a little platform kind of structure section on this side as well. And what I would like to do is add in a tiny little elevator that goes up and connects it over to this side, because I did initially want it to be a staircase, but I didn't really kind of like the idea of it because I think it was going to be quite a bit of a tight squeeze. So that is kind of it at the moment. So I'm going to continue building this up and making sure we got a nice little balance of each block here. It can be a little bit of a struggle, and sometimes you might just want to depend it based on what blocks you have in your inventory, which I don't blame you. It can be a bit of a nightmare sometimes, and I know mud can be really difficult if you don't have access to a mangrove biome, and those farms are very, very tricky as well. So there we go. Just gonna keep building this up. Just gonna want to shake it up, add a little bit of basalt. And you can see we're kind of still making these diagonal kind of connections, this three-way kind of like triangle-esque shape, and of course just one or two dotted around as well. So let's carry on doing this. And you kind of get the gist from this now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to time-lapse the rest of this, and I also kind of want to start chiseling through this little section as well, which I'll go through in just a minute. And I'm going to just build this up, and I'm going to build this up all the way to the top again. And then I'll then kind of go through the kind of elevator-esque and chisel round again. So don't you worry, guys. Everything will be explained. And that is pretty much it for this chapter. So let's get these little parts done, and then we can move on. Okay, you might be looking at that time lapse and being like, that was a really quick time lapse. That's because it was, because I pressed pause halfway through and forgot to unpause it. So, the structures already have been built. It's fine, we can go through it anyways. So I've just built all of this up completely, making sure it's all nice and textured, and I just kind of want to shake that bit up just a little bit because it looks very repetitive. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my stairs and my slabs, and I kind of want to make a little groove in the middle here. So kind of making a slight idea of it's going to open up. And then what I'm going to do after that is just completely fill this entire section up. There we go. And as I was just doing this, I was thinking maybe if we bring it up ever so slightly to the middle, and then we can kind of cross it over to the other side. So we can just give it a little bit of extra shape. So, like that. So then it can kind of open up from one side to the other. And that is the Batcave area complete. And I've also just added in a little bit of terraforming. So I've patched up some of the little areas, making it look a little bit nicer. And then over here, I've built up a little tiny structure that is going to be our connection to the top section up here. So I'm going to have a little elevator going up all the way to the top here, and this will join across again. So I'm going to get my terracotta and add in our floor, pop in some blast furnaces as well, and then I'm going to just cover this entire section up and of course texture it as well. This part is still kind of part of the structure, so it's going to be a very narrow corridor. And I'm just going to fill it all the way up. To be honest, there doesn't have to be much room at the top, so I'm probably going to give it a 4 block gap up there, and then that is all sorted. So what you would do here is I would have probably a pool of water on this one here, and then some water with kelp going up with some soul soil at the bottom, which will boost us up as like a little lift. And I've just added in some dark oak signs as well. And it kind of, while we're at here, I want to do a little bit of framing as well, just making it look a little bit nicer. So I want to add some shelves there, add some trapdoors, some stairs at the top, joined together by a slab. To be honest, I might actually do another trapdoor as well, and there we go. Or I can just mirror that ever so slightly at the top there. And of course this will then be decorated later on in the episode. But there we go. So that is the main kind of structures for this Batcave. So we've, established what block palettes we're going to use, how we're going to start laying it all out, and actually building it up through. So now I can finally say it is time for step number 6. So now it's time to start building up this Batcave and actually making it look a little bit more lively and start decorating it all. So I want to start off with the Batmobile section, and I'm going to start off by creating a tunnel figure. So let's get some polished deep slate, and I'm going to start it on this blast furnace line. So I'm going to start here, and this will mean that my Batmobile is actually going to be covered ever so slightly with tunnel. Now I would bring this forward, but I kind of do like the gap that we have here between the bridge and the Batmobile together. So in future maybe I'll probably change that ever so slightly, but there we go. So I'm going to go up by 7. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Copy that on the same side. And on this top block here, I'm actually going to change it with stairs. And I'm going to turn them upside down on the other side. And I'm just going to add 1 slab just there, joining that together. Then at the top, I'm just going to get another pair of stairs. And I'm just going to link this across all together. And that makes a really nice little tunnel shape. And what I'll do is I'm going to start chiseling out this section in exactly the same dimensions as this tunnel design here. And I'm probably going to go just a little bit far in. So let's say carry it all the way in. And it really does depend on how far you kind of want to go, but I'm probably going to go quite a few blocks out the back. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to chisel that all out, and I'll show you what that looks like when it's complete. So that tunnel has been chiseled out, and turns out I've had to go straight into a slime chunk. That's going to be very nice to deal with. However, I just want to go through the inside. So what I want to start doing is start using my mud to start texturing the walls. And every other block, I'm going to have some stairs going inside with some dark oak. And then I'm going to top it off with trapdoors. But in between each of these little gaps, I want to add a little bit of glowstone just to maintain this light level. So this is going to go every other block all the way across. And of course, continuing to keep going up like this. And I want to add in a little bit of part there. And of course, going across the top as well. So with the stairs, I'm going to just bring it out 1 block ever so slightly. Or actually, we might just change it like this. Have a little bit of an extra bit of shape just there. But I still want to kind of maintain having dark oak as a primary color when using all these grays, because I think it really complements really well with the dark oak. But we're going to talk a little bit about this part here, about our road. So I'm going to get some nether brick stairs and the variants of blocks, and I'm going to just start adding this down and making a little bit of a circle going all the way across. So start there, then I'm going to go in, and I just want to make a circle in here. Like this. And that's kind of going to be where the Batmobile is going to station. And in my brain, I kind of like referring this to the Batmobile section in the LEGO games, in the Telltale game, where this is kind of a rotating circle. So it doesn't matter, the Batmobile can come straight through this way, and this platform will then circle round so it's easier to go straight back out. And then what I'm going to do underneath is I'm going to get my slabs and just pop them under here. So I'm going to fill this section up with netherrack anyways. So this is all going to be filled in. So let's just destroy this for now. And you might even want to spice this up a little bit. So I want to get some chiseled netherrack, pop them in these little corners, and mix things together with a little bit cracked netherrack as well, so making it look a little bit nice. Then what I'm going to do for the road is I'm going to chisel down this road going all the way down, and I want to make a little pattern with the road itself. So I want to keep it 3 wide actually. So I'm going to get my nether brick stairs and bring them across. And I want to make a little bit of a gap here. So then I'm going to get some slabs for nether brick, add them down there, and I just want to connect those ones across. Oh, no, I think I've done it slightly different. So adding nether brick instead. And then I want to kind of round this off with some stairs in the meantime, which doesn't seem to like me at the moment. So I'm just going to add a little bit of a block there. And then that is going to continue going all the way across. So I'm going to add my stairs, my slab, chiseling it all the way across on the side. And of course, getting my and then with the road going out, I'm just going to start directly in the middle here. And I'm just going to chisel this all out. And I'm going to get my stairs. Then I'm going to get a slab. And I'm going to top it off with another stair. So this is going to go all the way to the end like this. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to frame either side with just a normal block of nether brick. Of course, you can change it up with a little bit of cracked as well, just adding a little bit of texture. So that will go on either side, all the way across. And let's just top this all off. Then in the middle here, I'm going to get my stairs and cross them all the way on the sides as a little bit of extra framing. So let's pop those there and finish it on the other side as well. This one seems a little bit finicky, so I'm just going to leave that block. Just try and sort it out in just a minute. So let's see if it wants to cooperate like this. Okay, no, it's a little bit finicky. Sometimes it might take a little bit of time to actually get the blocks working as they should. So there we go. And that is the road sorted. And you might even want to consider having a little bit of a run going up. So whether or not you want to bring up a level here by adding some slabs and basically just continuing the same pattern on here. So I'm going to get the parts over here and literally copy exactly the same design that we've just popped on. So it will just be slightly pushed back now that it's gone up a level. And there we go. Then if you want to keep going, it is completely up to you. So if your cave is very close to the surface, you might just want to connect it all up perfectly fine. But because this isn't, I'm gonna just make sure to round this off really nicely where this meets up. And I'm just gonna cover the end wall in a mix of black concrete powder and some coal blocks. So it looks a little bit more like an end of a tunnel. Although you can literally do it as far as you want, it's completely up to you. But I think this seems a little bit alright. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to time lapse the rest of this decorating here. We're just following pretty much a very simple design of mixing up this mud and basalt and adding in this extra dark oak all across here, and of course carrying it over to the ceiling as well. So let's get cracking. And then what I decided to do as well with the tunnel is also actually increase the platform for where the Batmobile will eventually end up. So what I did was I decided to make the circle into a circumference of 9 blocks instead, and I will link in some resources in the link in the description below. So I ended up making that way bigger than I wanted, and then I just added in the platforms as per usual. I decided not to make the platform any other bigger, so I've just kept like the little rim for the netherrack. So that's the end of that part, and let's continue. So the tunnel has been added in ever so slightly, and I've also expanded this little platform here. And I've also gone and done exactly the same design for the Batwing section up here. So I was thinking of adding in a Batmobile and a Batwing, but I won't be doing that until much later on. So if there is a design that you've already kind of got going on, then you can add them in already. However, we're going to move on to this section over here, which is kind of the AR training and gym section. So I've kind of started laying out a kind of nice design where I want this computer in the middle over here. And this is where I'm going to have this kind of moving platform in the middle, where I want to have a bunch of training dummies going all the way around, so Batman can kind of switch it up whenever. Then at the back, I kind of want to go for some targets and add in a little bit of cluttery items as well. So we're going to start off with this platform first, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some deep slate stairs, and I'm just going to change the bottom part over here. So I'm going to put my stairs going forward around this platform, and this will go all the way around, so I want it to just completely cover this side round. And if it needs to be, if any of the things need to be changed, then we can do that as well, but I want to go all the way around here. Then what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to also put these stairs on the inside as well, creating this groove going all the way around, making it look like it is actually going to be turning around ever so slightly. So I'm going to pop all of these in. Like that. And even so, you might actually want to consider lighting levels as well. So this is when we're going to start kind of considering what needs light and what doesn't. So of course I'm going to be in night vision the entire time because you won't be able to see anything. But what I'm going to do is in these corners here, I'm just going to add a full block of polished deep slate and some glowstone in these corners here. So they're going to go all the way around, adding them in and adding those there. Then I'm going to just cover this up with some carpets. So out of sight, out of mind, and there we go. Then what I'm going to do now is I kind of want to focus on this back section over here. So I kind of want to go for a very similar design of our platforms up here. So I kind of want to reuse these assets. So I'm going to add in a wall, and I'm probably going to add a target right there. Then on here, I'm just going to add a chain on top and then a target block there. So doing exactly the same. I kind of want them to be different heights as well. And then we can do chain again. And then the wall block there. And I just want to change that so it looks a little bit more pleasant. And I just kind of want to top those off with trapdoors. But actually I think these carpets could actually look quite nice on those as well. Then what I want to do is I kind of want to get a bunch of cluttery items. Now this is going to be universal for this entire Batcave, so I kind of want to highlight what items do we actually just see scattered around in the Batcave. So we're going to go into that, and I'm just going to show you a bunch of different kind of designs of what you can do and kind of reuse them in different ways of the context of how big your platforms are, or if there's any space for that. So I'm going to go into a little separate area and just show you a bunch of different options. So I've made a little bit of cluttery items for you to kind of add into your Batcave. So starting off with some tabletop ideas. So this is a mix of pistons, fletching table, and some oak variations. And I also love using some item frame with an item in it and adding in a fan of coral to make it look more like a basket. Then moving on, I've added another table, which instead is made of smithing tables, and I've decided to add a trim around here with item frames and a polished deep slate slab as kind of a drawer. And I've added some dark oak signs all the way around on top of that as well. And I've added in a redstone comparator, some candles, dried ghast, amethyst, and a potted plant with a wither flower in there. And also, like this idea over here, I've added on a pressure plate on top of that, so it looks very, very seamless. So if I jump on it, you'll see that there's a little bit of a difference as well. So whether or not you want to kind of utilize that, completely up to you. Then moving on, I've decided to use observers with a autocrafter as well, and I've added in some rails as well, kind of make it seem a little bit more techy with a bunch of cables. I've done exactly the same design with the signs and the item frames, and then I've added in a compass, some sea pickles as well, and a lantern. Then I added kind of a more traditional type of table, so to speak, with upside down stair and the slab. I wanted to kind of break it up a little bit with a cauldron and added in kind of pretty much the same cluttery bits that we've done so far, and added in a campfire. Now the way to get this campfire, what you do is basically place down a campfire and right click it with a shovel, and it will get rid of the smoke for you. And it's really handy if you do want to use it in kitchens and whatnot, because you can still add food on there while it is still cooking. Then if you put a shovel on it and, you know, get rid of the fire, the items will still stay on there. So a little tip for you. Then moving on here, I kind of wanted to use a bunch of canisters. So this was a very prominent thing that I saw in the Arkham Origins Batcave, and I think it's just kind of a universal thing that I really loved doing. So I've done different heights and different variations just to show you. So it's just a normal pot in the middle, and I've just used copper trapdoors and, you know, kind of covered it all the way around. And I love how it looks with kind of like the semi-rust going on. Absolutely love it. So you can do any type that you want. And moving on with the pots, there's also different versions of what you can use with them. So because I'm into creative, I don't have access to, well, I do have access, I can't bother to get them. the decorated pots, which is going to be easy if you were in a trial chamber. But you can add just a normal pot on top of that, put a plant on there, add in some lanterns, sea pickle or some candles in there just to kind of spice it all up. Then on here we've got a bunch of different kind of locker types. So in here, this is a chiseled bookcase, cased in some trapdoors, got barrels, and we've also got smithing table variation, topped up with some carpets. Then over here, we've got some cauldrons with some banners all the way around, with pressure plate or an item frame on top. Now, this is the big part when it comes to cluttering. So I wanted to start off small over here with just 3 barrels in just different type of shapes and directions. Then on top of that, I wanted to add a little potted plant, change one of these to a note block, and added in a little amethyst. Then I kind of expanded that a little bit more by adding a campfire, adding a little mushroom in this pot, and adding in some scaffolding atop for the pressure plate and some sea pickles. Then finally, this is where you kind of get a little bit wild with it. So you can add in your canisters, you can add in some other type of candles, you can add in some tripwire hooks, some banners, item frames, comparators, you know, the copper or normal chests. You can do so much more once you kind of get into a rhythm of what kind of blocks you can use. So there are so many different ways, and this is kind of why I'll be mixing and matching all these kind of things that we've gotten already with these pre-existing blocks. Then I wanted to move on over to a little bit of armory stuff. So this is an armor rack, so we've got a bunch of different item frame pieces. I've just added on 4. It looks quite empty, but there we go. You can change the size if you want to. And I kind of wanted to add in a copper golem just so I didn't forget, because I do forget that they sometimes are in the game. And if there is space for something like that in your world, you can definitely add it in just for a little bit of character. Then I added in another worktop, so I added in a furnace, a crafting table, and a copper lantern with a little brush as well. Then I wanted to go into more of a locker type as well, so kind of expanding over here, kind of separating it a little bit with chests and a blast furnace, and adding a little bit of a note block in there too. Then I got these little stands. Now this is actually stuff from my garage that I built, where this is kind of like an oil kind of fuel area. But I just wanted to show you some different types of variations which you can actually use in your Batcave as well. So whether or not you change the different heights or the colours, it's completely up to you. And a little section over here, I don't really know what this could be, but I wanted to use the dry glass for something and mixed it up with a smithing table. And then last 2 things is also just decorating the platform itself. So adding in dead coral here and there, adding in some buttons for like stones, or even candles as well, just to spice it up a little bit. Because the one thing that really does go overlooked is the floor in Minecraft. You can do so much with your floors, whether or not you can like spice it up with stairs, adding a little bit of texture like that, or just adding in buttons, pressure plates, or something here and there. I would usually use pressure plates for this, but for the platforms, I'll be leaving that out just because I want to have some trapdoors here and there, and that's going to trigger a bunch of redstone. So probably not that, but these buttons and the coral is really, really helpful. And my last thing is going to be the AR computer. So I've added in some observers with some banners on front, chiseled it around with some dark oak, add in a little copper rod there, and some paintings as well. And when it comes to computers, I absolutely love using activated rail as a keyboard, so that is definitely something that I wanted to show off. So quite a lot of different items, and I'm sure we're going to come back here a lot more often later on, but I really wanted to show you the variety of stuff before I kind of start going overboard. So of course I'm still going to do things section by section, but I just kind of want to give you an overlook before we started fully decorating everything. So with that being said, this is kind of stuff I'll be mixing and matching ever so slightly. So it's time to go back into the Batcave and start decorating our training section. Okay, so we're back in the Batcave, and I kind of want to start off with the design for our training dummies. So I've gotten my armor stands, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of place them sporadically around different areas. Don't want to add too many, but I don't want to add hardly any at all, and kind of having them pointing in different directions. Then what I've done is I'm going to get the June armor trim. Now this one is fairly easy. I try to make sure it was kind of an easier one to obtain, which you can get mostly from desert biomes, of course, and other places like that. But if you have more than a different type, and of course you can duplicate them as well, just use the one that you've got most of. Then I've got my leather tunic, and I've got some light grey dye and some white dye with an iron ingot. So I'm going to go into the crafting table first and add in the mix of the two here. And I've just got this very light grey tunic. Then in the gear on the smithing table, I'm just going to add the two together. So my iron ingot, the armor trim, and we've kind of made this kind of pattern with a slight tint change for a little target. And I'm just going to pop them on here all the way across. Now, if you want, you can also just add them and make it look like thugs. But for this case, I kind of just wanted to make it just chest plates. So there's kind of a primary place to go for. And I kind of wanted to go on and see what space can we put in. And I really kind of like the idea of adding in kind of a workbench around here. So it kind of goes all the way around like an island, so we can access it on this side. And I'm thinking maybe adding some lockers in this little wall here as well. And I'm kind of debating of adding in a armor rack on the side as well. I kind of like them to be more rectangular, so I'm going to kind of go for that. We've also got our AR computer, and of course with the rest of the space we are going to of course fill it with clutter. And with those cluttery areas, it's so important to add some lighting in there as well, because of course, I don't know if you realized, but this is Minecraft. Mobs will spawn if the lighting level is below 7, so that is very, very important to note. However, if there are certain sections where there is literally nowhere to add in some light, you can just get your carpet and start adding in little kind of shapes adding around here. So then it doesn't look a little bit too abnormal, but we're also blocking away any mobs from spawning. And what I do want to do as well is I kind of want to bring this platform forward by 1 block so it kind of lines up a little bit more nicely for our little gym section over here. And a lot of the gym stuff that I will be taking from is actually what I used in my episode 13 of the Batman Forever project. So I will also link that in the description as well, and I'm still going to go through all of the kind of important parts in there. So now I've kind of got a nice little layout going on, I'm going to start adding in all of our bits and pieces through a little time lapse, because of course we've gone through the kind of cluttery items that we're going to be using and the kind of main parts of those blocks and other little parts as well. It's just adding them into this real time as well. So without further ado, let's get cracking. So off we start off with a little tiny weapons rack, and I kind of wanted to add a few different items, so Elytra being one of them. I also got I think it was a stone hoe, it's kind of like a grapple gun-esque thing, and a few little bits and bobs. Then I kind of followed the AR design that I did for the computer. I was really fussy with my paintings design, so I kind of just settled on those two there. Then moving on with one of the workbenches, I wanted to go with smithing tables this time, and also added in a autocrafter. They are such a new block, so I really kind of wanted to utilize it as much as I could. And of course added in my lantern, added just a few little couple bits and bobs here and there. Now the good thing about being in a cave, you can always expand out, so I just chiseled out a little bit to add in my little lockers, and I really like how they turned out, and I've also topped it off with a little canister. Then I just kind of wanted to add a few sporadic things here and there, so added in some potted plants and some candles, and also filled in some of the gaps that were kind of been made on the side of this building and also behind the weapons rack as well, because that was a very dark crack patch that really kind of needed solving in some sort of way. And that's the reason why I added on pressure plates on top of my scaffolding so mobs won't spawn. So I wanted to add a few little bits and bobs here and there around the weapons rack, and then it was time to kind of look around for lighting level. So when I was doing all my buttons and adding in some dead coral, I just wanted to have a little look, see what was kind of needing to be patched up ever so slightly, which by no surprise was at the back by the training dummies, and of course just wanted to add in some more chests and some note blocks. Then of course, you know the drill, I went to expand the platform above, and that is pretty much it, guys. So that's all that needs to be said, and I want to go over some decorative pieces on the side for the structure, and then it's time to move on. So our training facility has been built up and decorated, and of course in the time lapse I went through everything as per usual, but what I want to do now is just kind of add a little bit of detail on these little buildings and also add in the elevator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some water and I'm just going to pop a bucket and all the way down here. Then I'm going to add in my soul soil, or soul sand even, and pop the kelp going all the way up to the top. And that is as simple as it gets. We've just made a little lift going all the way up here, and of course then that will connect nicely. So that is one thing out the way, and then it's time to talk detailing. So I want to add in a bunch of cables and some pipelines and other little fiddly bits, kind of just make this structure just a little bit more nicer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my levers and I'm just going to add a normal one here. Then I'm going to add probably another one above it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a block first to add some chains going down. I'm going to destroy this block, add an upside down lever, and we've got this little kind of cable adding across. So I can do that again. So adding, let's do 2 this time, adding it there, like so. And I can add maybe one more on the side here. So this time I've done it upside down, adding the chains there, and my lever there. And I might just add a small one here on the side, like that. Then what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to get some oak fences, so dark oak, and I'm going to just add a nice little shape going across and connecting it with a grindstone. So I'm going to do it at the top as well, so it's all kind of connected nicely, adding some extra pipeline work, and I'm going to do that again over here. Kind of want it to be kind of bendy and winding around everywhere. And because it's kind of a smaller structure, it looks a little bit odd, but we can still roll with it anyways. And we can do like this, have it still connect to the wall, and like that. And I'm just going to get that slab again, just so we can stop those mobs from spawning. Then my last thing as well is I just want to add a few dark oak signs, just adding them on the side here. And this section might actually be filled up with blocks anyway, so that's subject to change, but adding some extra little parts here and there at the top here. So there we go, we've got a few little bits added on there for technical purposes, and it's time to go into this gym area. So I've kind of laid things out. However, I would love to expand this ever so slightly. So what I want to do is I want to chisel this section out just a little bit further. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some beams, just kind of connecting it and kind of making the illusion that it's being held up by these supported beams. So around this area, I think I'm going to go quite in a little bit further. And I'm kind of just going to do a reverse of my normal terraforming. So I kind of want to still keep this cave-like shape, but also make it seem like it's still a little bit man-made. So chisel it out just a little bit further. Might have a little few bits in the wall, which of course steep slate can be get rid of, and kind of keeping it like that. So having it a little bit more built in like this. Okay, so I've just expanded this little section at the back here, and I'm going to get some dark oak logs and kind of add in a few support beams dotted across in here. Oh, we have some gravel going down. Let's just remove that. So I kind of want it a little bit embedded in the side here, so it's kind of keeping up this little part here. Now with this extra space, I kind of want to start moving some of these little bits around. So kind of adding this over here and adding in our bench. So this will be a bench press. We've got a martial arts dummy over here. So let's add that a little bit further back, or maybe just a little bit further here. So getting that extra space. And I'm thinking of adding the boxing bag a little bit forward on the side here. So we have our flat press machine, we've got our bench press, a martial arts dummy, so basically it's just like a massive cylinder with rotating spikes on it, and a boxing bag as well. So I think that is kind of a good area to start off with. So I'm going to go through each part one by one, and we're going to slowly build this all up. So for the boxing bag, I just want to get some red terracotta and add to there. And I want to get my chains and kind of connect them all the way up to this point here. And what I'm thinking is actually adding some grindstones connecting the two together like this. Now it does look fine, but I kind of want to add a little bit more extra detail by adding in some banners. And what I'm going to do as well for now is just add in a little section of carpet underneath, which looking at now, I think I might move it a little bit slightly off-centered, but we're going to focus on this little section here. I'm going to get my barrels and have them facing upside down, or the other way around. They seem to not want to work. There we go. And adding in these grindstones. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my levers, adding them all over these barrels, so all the way at the back. And I'm just going to have some kind of moving in different directions, kind of here and there, like that. And that is pretty much it for those two. Now it's time to go on with the bench press, which requires a little bit of piston work, but don't worry, it is not that difficult. Then next up with the bench press, I'm going to add in some anvils and top it off with some mangrove pressure plates. I'm going to get some deep slate tiles, so adding them at the bottom here. And I'm going to add in 2 armor stands facing on the side here. Now this is when I'm going to get some blocks up here, and what I want to do is I kind of want to line it up right here, and I want to get a lightning rod and pop it on either side like this. So unfortunately it can't fit on there because of the armor stand. It's slightly going up higher than I thought. So what I want to do is add in my pistons on either side and charge them with the rods like that. So now the lightning rods have gone through, and I'm just going to connect it up with a chain in the middle, and then I'm going to top it off again with some skeleton skulls on either side, acting as the weight. Now the reason why I've chosen skeleton skulls, you can use wither skeleton skulls as well, is because I think it might be one of the easiest mob heads to get in game. If you're a lot more luckier with your drops with wither skeletons, then by all means go for it. But the best way to get the skeleton skulls is going in a dark ancient city and finding them in certain different structures. I think they're ones with like loads of candles, and you can usually get 1 to 3 of them in that little area. So if you're lucky, of course, and you're not waking up any wardens, you might be a little bit lucky there. So there we go, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to push this forward a little bit. There we go. So we can push it over and work on over there. I'm moving swiftly over to the lat press machine. I'm going to get my anvil and pop them over here. And of course, topping it off with the mangrove pressure plate. Then I'm going to get my deep slate tiles and I'm just going to add them on the bottom here. Then I'm going to top that off with some walls. And this is going to go and connect really nicely with some chains. So I'm going to have that topped off like that as well. Then what I'm going to do when I get up here is I'm going to get some stairs to top them off like that. And then across here, I want them to be slabs. Then in the middle, what I want to do is I want to get another chain and I want to get a black stone wall and top it off with a hopper. So this is acting as the weight. Then, of course, we've got to connect this all together. So I'm going to get a chain and a dark oak fence gate. And I'm going to get my lightning rods again and I'm going to pop them on the side here. So now we have made this little machine over here. And I want to add a little bit of detail. So I'm going to add some signs going all the way around the back here. And I might add a few little clutter bits on the side and at the top over here. So it's probably easier adding it against a wall, but I kind of liked it having it with its little space over here. So there we go. We've added in a lot of different kind of facilities that Batman and the Bat family can use. And another thing to also add that you can also pop in is using grindstones as just extra hand weights dotted across over the floor. So whether or not you have space to add in a proper shelf or whatnot, this is definitely a nice way to also add in just a little bit more extra stuff. So what I'm going to do now is, of course, you know the drill, I'm just going to decorate this a little bit more with our cluttered items and also lighting it up as well. So I'm going to grab a bunch of these items that we've got from down here and translate it a little bit more nicely up here as well. Okay, so this part has now been decorated and filled to the brim with a bunch of different things, and you might have seen, in compared to the time lapse, a few things have changed, such as the boxing bag colour. The mat down here has also changed, and I also wanted to get this daylight detector in as well. I don't know why, but it's a block that is never used. I don't think I've seen anyone use it for what it's actually, except for what it's for, so I thought, let's just add it in there. So that's what it's looking like, and I love these chains at the top up here. And I wanted to add in some lanterns as well for, you know, the lighting purposes, of course. However, it's time to move all the way down here to our medical bay and kind of a lab kind of situation where we're going to go with this. So I've kind of mapped this out depending on this platform. And what I really want to utilize is this kind of middle section here, because of course it's still nice having things kind of hogging around the edges, but it's also nice to really utilize the middle part of your platforms. So what I've lined up here is these are going to be some medical beds. Then we've got some countertops over here going all the way across in this corner as well. And then in the middle, we're going to have a massive island, which will also have some lockers inside, just so we can kind of spice the shape up ever so slightly. So what I want to do first is kind of add a little bit of privacy to this area. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chisel this part out where my stairs have lined up, and I'm going to remove the anvils as well. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my polished deep slate stairs, turn them upside down, and join them together with a slab. And then I'm going to continue doing that all the way to the top here, which might be a little bit finicky. So I just want to cross it all the way around. And then on the other side, I can pop in some banners for that extra privacy around the back. Although nothing can be seen from the other side because it is stairs, but I really kind of like how it turns out like this. And I really want to pop some on the other side. And then I can kind of join this up a little bit better with the stairs by adding this on the other side. There we go. And I'm kind of thinking of doing this where the beds will be, so kind of chiseling it out here all the way across. And this might be again another little finicky thing to do, especially with upside down stairs. Absolute menace of a thing. So crossing those over and having them done. So I kind of wanted it to line up with other parts, but I think because of the overlaps of these platforms and how they're not really equal, I kind of want to keep it a little bit shorter on this side, which again is perfectly fine. So I'm going to join those together, and I'm probably going to top this off with the carpets as well. So now I want to start decorating a little bit more with these medical beds. So over here, I've kind of added a bunch of different blocks that I kind of want to use, and I want to start off with the beds, where I kind of want to go for a light grey bed with a banner of some sort. So if you have access to the pillager banner, I do highly recommend it because the trim is actually really, really nice to use. And I want to use a deep slate tile stair as well. So what I'm going to do down here is I'm just going to pop the stair on either side. Then I'm going to add in the bed. And at the end of the bed, I'm just going to add in this banner as well. So it's kind of pushed up, trying to make it just a little bit longer. You could use a white block as well, kind of adding as another pillow. So we can use diorite, or we could use the pale oak. We've also got the quartz variations as well, so you can kind of see what looks good with this block. And I'm kind of thinking smooth quartz, so it's quite nice. Actually, we're going to change that just a little bit, just like that. Then you know how the drill goes. I'm going to use my countertop blocks, so my observers and my smithing table. And what I've also got going on over here is beehives. Now I really love how unique they look, so you can always use them as an extra counter if you kind of want to break up all of these dark blocks that we're using. So I kind of want to use them in the middle here, somewhere either in the middle or in the end. But I want to add in my smithing tables across here, all the way along, and we're going to top this all off with, you know, the signs and the item frames and the deep slate slabs. And I just want to get my observer, just break it up a little bit over here, adding it all the way across. And then in the middle as well, I can do a little bit of a mixture. So I want to have my beehives on either side over here, and then I can kind of do a little bit of a mixture of all of these other blocks as well. So what we've got going on over here, we've got a iron door, of course, for our lockers, an armor stand, we've got a chiseled bookshelf, or you can use normal bookshelves as well, beehives with the oak variation for the trapdoor, a lectern, we've got hanging signs, a brewing stand, which I think is quite important to have, the paintings and the rail areas, so it would be really nice to have maybe like a little medical computer as well, which could actually go into this little section here. And of course, a dark oak trapdoor. And I've got the variations of the copper golems as well, because I think it'd be quite nice to kind of use them as, you know, decoration. Then the end rod and a dry ghast as well, because I love how unique this block is. So that's kind of a rough idea of what blocks I'll be using for this, and of course I'll be open to use more of these blocks over here as well. And I'm going to time lapse it a little bit more, and I'm going to voice over it because I think this one's going to be a little bit of a trial and error, because it really does depend on how big this platform is, what you want to include in it, and how you kind of want to lay it out. So we've got the rough idea of how to lay it out and what blocks we'll be using, but it's then trying to interpret that into a proper thing. So I think it'll be easier for me to slowly walk through it with a little trial and error, and then we can go back and talk about it. So you know the drill, guys. Let's get cracking. Okay, starting off, I kind of wanted to lay everything out in terms of the main items that we're going to be using. So I wanted to just kind of start decorating some of the countertops and adding in where these lockers are going. And basically what I've just started doing is getting one item at a time and seeing where that best fits. So that being the lecterns or the armor stands, you'll just see that carrying on overall. Then I decided to just make the entirety of the rest of like the island in the middle just purely observers with the kind of beehives at the edge. And went in with my broom stands and my rails to add in some kind of sort of cables. And I wanted to add in that auto crafter. I've started to really grow to like the block. Never going to use it, but it's there because why not? Then I kind of want to have like a base computer by the beds just so Alfred can look through all of the statistics and all the medical records of Bruce and any of the Bat family. And here I am just dotting around the cluttery items. You know how it is, adding in the barrels, some armor stands, so I like a little bit of everything with the pots as well. And I've kind of started putting in the lighting as well. I think it might be a little bit too bright for my liking, so I might go back and just change it for you with candles, but everything is lit up, so we're all good. And I wanted to add in a little canister as well, and I added in a little table between the beds as well with some potions in. And I wanted to add in a little bit more decorative pieces, you know how it is, so I just went in, put books in the bookshelves, added in some bottles in the brewing stands, and this is the section where I kind of just went a little bit ham, trying to find kind of a good selection of items that kind of made sense with this little corner. And unfortunately I didn't really find any good places for the golems, so I did end up putting one over a bookshelf, but it's fine. And then last but not least, just added in some of the signs as well, kind of as like screens to display some little bits and bobs. And there we have it. That's the medical bay complete. So welcome on in to the medical bay, where we have got a bunch of things laid out over here. And a couple of things I added in after the time lapse finished, which is just decorating our armor stands, adding in a little bit of a end rod and a copper rod, and of course a dead coral with our little buttons scattered across here and there. And that is basically how it's turned out. So I just decided to kind of go one item at a time and then kind of just build on top of that. So what we've got going down here, we've got a nice little sink area with some more brewing stands. Then on the right, we've got some lockers, and of course, we've got a bigger locker here. We have our beds laid out with, of course, our medical computer on the side. Then down here, I kind of wanted to keep it a little bit basic with more brewing stands and kind of laboratory stuff with an autocrafter and, of course, daylight sensor. So that is pretty much how it's turned out, and I actually really like it. I was really nervous about the layout of this area, but looking back, I think it's not too bad at all. So we are kind of slowly going through this right side of the Batcave and loving how it's turning out. And another thing that kind of came to mind is, of course, the nether portal. Now, a nether portal is completely optional if you want to include that in your build. And the best way that I kind of describe the nether portal addition to a Batcave is it being a portal to the Hall of Justice. And that is a very big thing in some of the LEGO games, specifically LEGO Batman 3, where we have like the portal room, going to different places, and from the Batcave you can go directly from there to the Hall of Justice. So I was thinking, where could I put that? And I'm really thinking this section over here, where I could just have a little extension going out ever so slightly and having another portal there. Okay, so I've gone and chiseled this little section out, and I'm just going to go in with my obsidian and build in a portal going all the way around. And as you can see, I've kind of left a little section just in front, and just because it's a smaller portal at the moment, I'm not going to go overly decorative on this area, but I'm just going to use some sandstone and add in some stairs dotted across and just framing it nicely like this. And then on the back, I'm just going to fill this up as well. Now, usually when I build nether portals, I really like showing a little bit of a tidbit of what will be behind it. So if you want, you can always extend this out just a little bit further and add in maybe like a little hallway or something behind. So when you go in, you can kind of get a sense of what's on the other side. But for now, I'm just going to cover this up, and I won't light it because of course we're going to have some piglins spawning in, and that probably won't be the nicest thing at the moment. Now, we have done a massive amount of decorating on the right side, and it will be time to focus on the left side now, where we will have our little detective section up there and our back computer in the middle. Now, what I have done, which unfortunately the recording didn't save, so I'm repeating it again, but there might be a few changes, is this little section up here. So you can have two different types of staircases going up to a higher platform. You can have, of course, your normal staircases like this. You can have either a spiral staircase, or you can actually have a cave little system going all the way up to the other side. Now, I know I said 2, I did mean 3. But for this one, I kind of want to do a little spiral staircase. And what I'm going to do, just grab my deep slate wall, and I'm going to go all the way to the top, like this. And instead, I'm just going to change a few of these into chains, just making it look a little bit more thin. And I'm just going to get my slabs, and I'm going to start building it all the way up to the very top. There we go. And I'm just going to keep it like that for now. And one of the main things I kind of wanted to keep in mind is having a gap between this blast furnace section here. Because if it was just a little bit further out, you would see the grills, and personally, I don't really kind of want that on display. But the one thing as well to, bear in mind is there isn't a lot of space up here. So what I want to do is kind of do another little extension like we did over here, where we open up this little section and add in some beams. So I'm thinking probably a little bit around here, and just kind of chiseling this kind of curve area here. So this will go all the way out, and we can have so much more space to add some things in. Because what I would really like to do is add in a little banister as well, which can be done with literally any block, but I'm going to use some dark oak trapdoors. And just so we don't have any casualties of anyone falling down, there's a little staircase here. So adding that all the way around like that. And then we can expand on this little section. So let's get mining, and I'll catch you guys in just a second. So I've chiseled out this little area and I've added in some beams. And the main thing that I kind of want to add for this little detective corner is a map of the surrounding area. So whether or not that includes your Wayne Manor or base, and a little area where I would like maybe a bunch of posters and kind of like a cork board, so to speak, kind of pinpointing things going across, whatever's happening at the moment. And I kind of want to start off with this little section here with my beehives, and I'm just going to add them across on the floor. And I'm going to get some spruce stairs and I'm just going to top that off on either side and connect them together with some trapdoors. And I just want to pop some normal spruce planks on the top there. Then what I want to do is I want to actually just get my painting. Now, what I'm going to do, which actually really helps with your lighting, is pop some glowstone behind this painting. So I'm just going to pop it on either side like that. And I just want to find a nice poster, and this is perfect. So I'm going to use this one here. And what I want to do is I want to get an end rod as well, just to add an extra bit of lighting and kind of add a little part up here at the top like this. So then we can add a bunch of different cluttery items out here, and we can also just top this off with a little bit of detail with some slabs and some item frames. So that's a nice little corkboard-esque thing, and we've also got the little pillar behind it as well for that extra support that we might need. Then moving on to here, this is where we can kind of go all over with it. So I want to add in a little desk with a map section. So I'm kind of leaning towards using some shelves here, and I want to get some dark oak stairs and slabs and cross it over like this. And I kind of want to continue this all the way into the end of this. Then what I want to do after that is use some trapdoors and kind of build a little bit of a section up here for my maps. So I want to add a bunch of item frames going across, and to be honest, we could actually bring this in ever so slightly so it's not too overpowering. And of course I don't have any maps at the moment, so I will try and fill those in a bit. I'm just going to fill up the rest with some stone as well, and we can just make it look a little bit more chiseled and a little bit nicer. And I want to add in maybe a little chair as well. So getting some quartz, probably some smooth quartz, and we get some trapdoors. What would be a cool trapdoor to use? Maybe some spruce, and then some signs as well on either side. So topping that off, adding a little chair on either side. And because this is probably a chair that's not going to be used often, I just want to add in a little banner anyways as like kind of a cushion. So then we've got this little section going on, and I think it'd be really cool to add a skull or two as well for maybe like extra monitors as well. Now those are kind of the main items that I wanted to add in for this section. And another thing I kind of been thinking as well is maybe adding some lockers, but some of the items that I kind of want to use is lecterns, brewing stands, a fletching table and loom, some chests of any kind, and definitely a cartography table as well. So this is kind of an array of messy items that I'm thinking of using for this section to kind of bring it more to life. But as you can see, we've kind of made a really good foundation of what to add anyways. So I'm going to start decorating more for this little section, kind of brew up more ideas of what we can put in here, and as we go on further, we can then talk more about this main area down here for our back computer, which I'm very excited to get to. But of course, you know what time it is. It's time to decorate, and it's time for another voiceover. Alright, so starting off, again adding in some countertops and getting kind of the lighting levels straight away into here, because it's quite a small space, so luckily we didn't have to go too overboard with what lighting stuff we needed. And I just wanted to kind of emphasize some of the little sections over on the left side, so specifically adding in a little locker and adding in the extra detail for the little map section, which of course I will eventually get the maps to fill that in all nicely. Then I thought, okay, we've got this little extra space over on the side, so I got rid of a little bit of the banister, added in a fletching table and a loom, added in my cluttery pieces because it is time for that. And I kind of wanted to go a little bit different when it came to cluttering up here, which a major part was adding paper on the floor. and adding some leaf litter as well, just kind of emphasizing that this is kind of a little bit of a messy area. And I do want to do a little bit of more of expansion, maybe like a little area for files, but that is pretty much it. Just wanted to make sure it looked a little bit nicer, and I did top it off with some ladders as well for our little beams because I felt like they were a little bit too plain. But that being said, that is pretty much the detective corner completed. So the detective corner is done, and it's time to move on to the last two areas. Now guys, this has been a very heavy chapter, but stick with me, we're nearly there. So the last few things needed is our back computer, which I've pre-made over here, but we will go through that in a minute. And also one thing I did forget, which is an armory. Now, because of how short this little area is, I thought it might be quite suitable. We can just add one suit in, but depending on how much space you've got, you could duplicate this either going up or across, much like the Batman games. So what I want to do is I'm just going to get my mud and I'm just going to go all the way to the top and very much repeat the same kind of process of the texturing that we've done over here. And I'm going to incorporate that into the wall. And then on this first block here, I'm just going to add in some polished deep slate stairs. And I'm going to count up 3 blocks. And on the 4th one, I'm going to pop them upside down like this. So we've got a nice 3 space gap there. So then what we can do now is we can cover this all up with dirt and mud. And I'm just going to do that all across the side as well. And I kind of want a 3x3 space gap. So I'm going to chisel just a little bit further in here. And I'm just going to fill in the rest all the way around. And we got a creeper up there. And pretty much you can just go to the top here, and I'm just going to get my slabs and just cover this top part here, so you don't have to do the entirety of this section. So just adding them all the way around like this, and there we go, we've got this small little encased area. And what I want to do in the middle here is add in a sea lantern, and I want to get some smithing tables just to break the color a little bit more. And add in some carpets as well to bring a little bit of lighting and a little bit of depth as well. And on the side here, I just want to add in some stained glass. Now I feel like the white might be a little bit too harsh, but I think it's because of the night vision. But you could use dark grey or the light grey versions as well. And what I want to do is I want to get a hopper and add it on the top here. Now I think there we go, and I want to get my armor stand as well. So the good thing about Minecraft and the abilities of customizing your armor now is we've got these templates, and we can also add those templates to dyed leather. And with leather armor, you can go crazy with how much stuff you can put on there and kind of change the color completely. So there is quite a lot of variations of Batman styled armors we can put in there. So I'm going to do just a very basic black and yellow armor that we kind of see everywhere in most comics. So let me grab a couple of different supplies and we can go through that and pop it in here. So I've done a little bit of texturing here. And I've also got my smithing table and my crafting table ready, and I've just pre-dyed it for now. So basically you just pop the leather armor in there and your dye, and then you get exactly what you need. And of course you can change that by adding multiple of the same and maybe trying to change it ever so slightly with maybe some grey dye or whatnot. So we've got a couple of trims here. So the ones that are best suited for this one is the eye armor trim from the end, and the wild armor trim, which I believe is kind of a world generated item you can get. I don't know if it's from shipwrecks or jungle temples, but they are fairly easy to obtain. So in my little section over here, I'm just going to add the leather tunic with a gold ingot with the armor trim and add those in. And you can change this either for the eye or the wild trim, but I prefer this eye section just right there. It kind of reminds me of if he's in detective mode. And I've left the boots quite clear because, to be honest, there's not much difference on them. So we can pop those on here. And what I also want to do as well is I just want to break this little section up here. And I want to add in another armor stand on top. If we can get it right. There we go. Come on. Doesn't seem to want to budge. There we go. And I want to add an elytra on top. Then I'm just going to break this down so it falls into that armor stand over there. And let's just block this back up. Add in our hopper. And there we go. And if you want to get a custom extra pack to make it look like bat wings, then you can definitely do that. So that is the little armor section done. And you can kind of repeat that. Like I said, duplicate it either horizontally or vertically. Either way, that works. So now it is time for this bat computer. And oh my goodness, I'm very excited. So what I want to start off doing is, because of the way this platform is formed, it is against the cave wall. And I will also acknowledge that my previous Batcave, it wasn't against the wall. So I have done a little back on this little section over here, which just contains some dark oak trapdoors, banners, a glowing item frame with some bars in there, just in case you don't have a wall to kind of lean onto. So what I want to do is I want to just get my slabs and build across. I believe this is by 9 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is by 9. There we go. And I just kind of want to frame this little section up. So I just want to build it up ever so slightly. So I'm just going to get my terracotta and my blast furnaces and add them in. And of course, this is where I'll be building it. So I'm just going to raise this up as well. So it's all nice and equal. And there we go. So I'm just probably going to take this little part out here. And I'm also going to take this little section out just so it's very much the same. And what I want to start off with is we've got some deep slate tile stairs and an observer. We've also got another auto crafter as well. And I believe that is all of the blocks that are kind of needed for this table. So we've also got the main block here. So what I want to start off with is adding my observer on either side over here. Right in the middle, so there's a 3-block gap. And in this gap, I'm just going to get my deep slate tile stairs and add them in the middle. Now I think I might push this back a little bit further, just so I've got that extra space and we can always extend into the wall. Hello, sir. And then I'm going to get my crafter and pop it on either side. And I want to get my observer as well and push that forwards. And I just kind of want to make sure that's slightly mirrored, because I feel like that might drive me insane if it's not. There we go. And I feel like this will flash when it does happen to be like this. So there we go. And block that up ever so nicely. So now we've got this kind of nice corner going through. And now it's just time to kind of decorate this main platform here. So with the keyboards, I prefer using a mix of rails, and I also love using a pressure plate with an item frame of a candle inside. So I'm going to get those through. I want to get some levers as well, and a disc of some sort. Again, doesn't matter what disc, but it could be anything else as well, so it doesn't have to be exactly copy and paste. Then a daylight sensor and a redstone comparator with, of course, another rail. So I also love using rails as a sort of cable item as well. So what I want to start off doing is getting this detective rail and getting that section like this. And I want to pop all of these blocks all together as they should be. So adding in this, having my levers kind of hold up as like a stand for this monitor section in the middle. Then I want to add in my other detective rails and activator rails. adding in my item frame with my candle as a kind of mouse. I feel like it really looks good when it's in the item frame. And then of course we've got the leftover stuff on the other side. So we've got another active rail, a skeleton skull, which I also really love using as like an extra monitor, more of a 3D version, because of course we don't have custom heads unless you prefer to use that. And I feel like this one is quite, not quite easy to obtain, but it's a lot more easier than compared to other mob heads. So I have included a wither skeleton skull as well, and the best way to obtain the skeleton one is going into a deep dark and obtaining it there, which also means trying your best not to be killed by any wardens. So I'm gonna pop this one down, and oh, got a little bit of parts going on over there, which I'm just going to break this part off actually, so reduce that amount of flashing. And I just want to curve that ever so slightly so it looks a little bit nicer. And adding a little bit more shade because I'm so sick of all this kind of straight blocks kind of stuff. So there we go. Adding those in, and of course I want to make sure that I'm also decorating this front part as well. So I do this by using item frames with a slab and then popping a, sign of any sort on top. And I do this with a lot of interior work as well. So popping this all in, adding in my item frame and my signs. And there we go. So we've kind of got the base of the table finished. Now I just want to build in this chair while we're kind of doing the easy parts. So whether or not you want it to be completely close or you kind of want there to be a little gap, completely up to you. So we've got a support slab, popped on the side with some more signs, and I'm just going to get a trapdoor and stack them across the back and pop a banner as well as kind of a little cushion. Now what we're going to do is we're going to raise this little section up here. So we're going to get our block tiles, we're going to get our paintings and our skulls and a pressure plate over there. And I'm going to start chiseling in this little section, which will probably be 3 up like this. And then I just want to start building this across like this, and the spider is unfortunately going to get in the way of this. So now I'm going to add in the skulls. So I'm going to pop those on either side, one on each side there. And then I can start going hand with the paintings. So I want to have 2 portrait ones on either side, which might be a little bit more trickier to do. There we go. Probably a Batman one. That'd be great. There we go. And then 3 smaller ones in the middle. And then at the top here, I kind of want to do 2, a wide one and a smaller one over here. So any version of this, and of course my texture packs will be linked in the description. And I just want to get my skeleton skull, and I just want to pop a pressure plate here because I'm going to be using carpets in just a second. So as you can see over here, I just wanted to top it off with carpet, and of course with nothing being on this block, it wouldn't obviously stack. So I just want to grab that carpet and pop it on over, and I'm just going to fill in the rest of the space. And I think I'm just going to make it just a little bit more open here, and I can get a bunch of slabs and stairs just to make it look a little bit more nicer. And I just want to top this off with a waxed lightning rod as kind of a form of antenna. And there you go, that is the back computer done. And I just want to pop 2 banners on either side just to clear it up just a little bit more. So that's kind of what it looks like, and I just want to do a little bit of terraforming just to make it look a little bit nicer. And it's going to be really simple, such as just getting some slabs and some stairs and rounding off some corners like we kind of have done over in this section here. And the last thing that needs to be done is we're going to get our clutters and we're going to get our lighting levels sorted so we can stop having mob spawn. As you may have realized, as we've slowly gradually expanded this area and decorated it, We've only got mob spawning on this little bridge over here and in the main section here. So it's definitely doing something, that's for sure. So it's time to do some time-lapse cluttered work, and I'll catch you guys in just a few. Okay, so moving on back to the Hall of Justice portal. Now, I thought it looked a little bit fine, but with the lighting levels for this really narrow run area, I decided to make it a little bit bigger and use this portal as like a good source of lighting. So as you can see, I'm kind of doing a little bit of chiseling with some stairs and upside down stairs, making kind of a little bit of a weird kind of Greek-esque pattern. And I thought it didn't look too bad, but I thought it was a little bit too chunky for the size of the portal. So what I did was I got some frog lights and acacia trapdoors, and I just popped them in on the middle to make it a little bit more of like a bigger and wider portal. So I've made this a little bit taller, made it a little bit bigger as well, and made sure it looked a little bit more natural as well to the environment. Then I wanted to add in some texturing as well, and then I was back again with just decorating the rest of this little area with some cluttery items. So the cluttering has been finished with the Batcave, so I've added in a few little bits and bobs here and there down on each platform. And what I also ended up doing as well was changing some of the lantern types. So I always forget we have copper lanterns. So what I've done is added in some waxed, oxidized versions. So here and there, just to kind of break up the lighting a little bit, so it's not always repetitive all the time. And of course, everything else has been sorted out. Now, what does this mean? It's time for step number 7. So now we're nearing closer to the end of decorating and building this Batcave. The last part is world building, and this essentially means adding in extra detail in terms of the cave itself, and of course our Batmobile and our Batwing, which is what we're going to start off first. So I've used 2 very simple designs. I say simple, they are quite complex, and I do apologize for that. And the Batmobile one is going to be quite simple. The Batwing is going to be inspired by the Arkham Origins Batwing, which is a little bit more techy, but we will go very slowly during that process. However, if you don't want to use these designs, that is completely understandable. If you have another type of theme or version that you're going with for your Batcave and you want to use that particular design, you know, for example, maybe the Tumbler or maybe the 66 Batmobile, you can definitely do that as well. So I just want to show you a very generic design that you could probably use with a lot more different versions. So what I've got here is I've got a collection of blackstone blocks and alternatives. I've got some black concrete with a banner. I've got some redstone, a loom, a grey banner, some tinted glass, some glowstone, and I will also be using this grey carpet here. So what I want to start off with is essentially our tyres, which is going to be the normal blackstone block, the black concrete, and the stairs as well. So I'm going to start off in the middle, and it's going to be starting off at 3 blocks wide. I want to just add in these stairs and pop in this blackstone in here and sandwich it in between with some black concrete. Then in the front, I'm just going to add an upside down stair as well. So now we've kind of got these little tyres added in. It's time to get our slabs, our polished blackstone as well. Then I'm also going to get my loom and my glowstone too, because what I want to do is I want to add glowstone into this vehicle as a form of lighting. So this isn't too bad, this is a pretty good radius, so we actually might need only 1 block of glowstone, but I'm still going to add 2 just to be safe. So I want to add in the glowstone at the front here, with a loom in the back acting as a grill. Then what I want to do now is I want to add some polished blackstone, and I'm going to go out by 3 and top it off with some slabs. Then I just kind of want to frame the rest of this with some slabs as well, and I'm going to get my carpet just to add a little bit of height difference as well. Then what I want to do is on the side here, I just want to go out by 3 again and go out by 1 on either side and top it off with these carpets. So kind of building up to the back here. Then what I want to do now is I want to get my polished blackstone and just push it around, making this little U shape here, and getting my blackstone brick stairs and having them upside down at the back. So this will essentially be kind of our little seat area. Now what I'm going to do is while I'm here, I'm just going to destroy this block in here, and luckily it's not going out to anywhere. I'm going to pop in my glowstone block here and top it off with a carpet. So then this is when I'm going to get my tinted glass and just top it off up here like this. So I'm just going to remove that now since we won't need it. Then on the side, I'm going to do exactly the same design here. So I'm going to get my blackstone and concrete, and I'm going to top it off with some slabs here. And of course, I'm going to do that exactly the same on the top here as well. And then this is when I want to get some redstone and full blackstone brick block. I want to pop this redstone block in the middle, add the full block on either side, and of course top that off with the slabs. Then this is kind of a little engine area, so I just kind of want to bring this out just a little bit, make a little tiny shape in the middle, more of a diamond shape, let's say. And while I've still got this little section open at the top here, I just want to get my banner and pop it over the redstone block and top it off with a carpet as well. So it kind of looks like we've got a little seat going on with a nice little red trim, and we're still blocking off the ability to go in, but we're not blocking out the lighting either. Then the final part is making it look more like a bat. So let's get the slabs, and what I want to do is I want to build this up by 1 and take it out by 3. Then I'm just going to bring it out again, more in a diagonal shape, and bring it out again. And there we have it. That is a very, very simple Batmobile design. Now what I want to do is, because of how this is really close to this block here, I just kind of want to remove that and just add in that little part there so it looks a little bit less squished up. And that is pretty much what this Batmobile is looking like. So very kind of simple. You could use that if you'd like to. But now it's time to move on over to the Batwing, which will be, just a warning, a little bit more complicated. But like I said, we'll go slowly. Okay, so moving on. So what I'm going to do is, to make it less complicated to follow, I'm going to be using wood instead, just to show you the shape of the main body of the Batwing. And then I'm going to move on to the wings. So this will actually just be built with the same blocks as what we've used over here. So the polished blackstone brick, but I will do that later. I just want to show you the shape. So what I want to do is, I'm going to start off with some stairs, and I'm going to have them upside down at the front over here. Then I'm going to extend this out ever so slightly with some slabs, and on the side next to the stairs I want to add an observer. Now these observers will be the kind of tires for this Batwing, and I'm going to top this area off with some slabs, so we've kind of got this T shape going on. And what I want to do is, I'm just going to cover up this little section in the middle and have it go out ever so slightly. Then on top here, I'm just going to add in my tinted glass, and I'm just going to extend this little part here. And what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to connect this on the top here. So I'm left this little section here, and I'm just going to go up by 1 with these slabs. And on either side, I'm just going to top it off with some spruce planks, and I'm going to extend this out by 4. Now what I'm going to do in the middle here is, I'm just going to have my slabs just connecting all the way across and kind of connect ever so slightly. So I'm going to leave a little 2 block gap on the side here. And what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to fill this all in. So we've got a nice little 3 by 4 block here. And with my stairs, I'm going to cross this over like this. So we've got a nice little U shape going on here. But on the last block, I want to have it connecting outwards on either side. And then in the middle part, I'm just going to bring it back, having it point the opposite way. And I'm just going to add some more planks on top of that. Then what I'm going to do is, we're going to move to the back, and I'm going to get some more birch stairs, and I'm just going to have them upside down here, and some slabs on the top and the bottom. Then in this little block gap here, I'm going to use a lodestone as our engine. If you want to use redstone, you're more than welcome to. I believe they have made the recipe easier to follow, so you can use a lodestone if you want to. Then the last little bit here is, I'm just going to extend out with 2 little slabs here. So that is the basic shape for the Batwing, and it will look a little bit weird, but of course I wanted to differentiate between slabs, stairs, and big like main blocks here. And this is of course going to be the polished blackstone bricks. And I'm also going to be using polished blackstone slabs and pressure plates as well to kind of emphasize a little bit more shape as well. So now it's time to do the wings. So I'm going to start off with the bottom ones, and then of course we're going to go on out to the top. And I just kind of want to show you how it's going to look so far. So I wanted it pointing towards the back computer. Now, although it wouldn't make that much sense, I think it would be much more easier if it was the other way around. So Bruce can easily come down, or he could just glide over. But I just wanted to make it look a little bit nicer, so we're having it point this way. So next is the wings. Okay, so now we're going to go on to the lower part of the wing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my full blocks here, and I'm just going to go out by 3, and I'm just going to top each side off with some oak slabs. And on this little block first, I'm just going to add another slab on top and get 2 birch slabs and have them facing the opposite way. So of course that will be our opening for the higher part of the wing. So then what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to extend out another by 2 and have a birch slab underneath facing the opposite way. And I'm just going to add another one facing the opposite way on the right axis coming towards us. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my slabs and add them on the bottom here, and I'm just going to add one on top. So we've kind of got a gradual curve going on here. And then the last 2 little bits here, I'm just going to extend out by 2 on that same y-axis there. And I'm just going to go up by half a slab like that. So it's a little bit of a tight squeeze, but it does fit in. So now we've kind of got this little gradual slope going all the way across. Then what I want to do is I want to add in my back wheels. So I've got an observer here. So on the first part of the main block, I've just added it in, and I've added in a lever as well, acting like a little cable is connecting on there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that onto the other side. So again, I'm going to go out by 3. I'm going to top it off by a slab on either side, top it off again, have my stairs facing the opposite direction and extending out by 2 with normal blocks, getting upside down stair and doing the reverse on the other side. Then I'm just going to add a slab underneath and extend that and add in one more for that gradual curve. And then I'm going to extend it out by 2. And on that third little wing, I'm just going to go up by another half slab. So now we've kind of got something going on here. It looks kind of like a normal plane, but of course, this is the Batwing we're talking about, and specifically the Origins one. So it's time to do the top wings now. Okay, so now we're on the top part of the wing. So with this section with the stairs going up, I'm just going to add 2 half slabs going across, and this is kind of going to be a gradual little build up here. So I'm going to make a little L shape, and then on that little corner I'm just going to go up like this. Now because of the radius of this little section here, I've just left it like this. However, if you do have a little bit more space, you could increase that out ever so slightly, just a little bit more. That's still perfectly fine. So what I'm going to do, copy that on the other side all the way around and connect that up nicely. And then while we still got the blocks very clearly laid out on what is what, I'm just going to get my my pressure plates even, and I'm just going to pop them on most of these blocks here. Just dotting around, adding in a little bit of extra height to all of this. So adding them like this, and I'll add one more there. And that is pretty much the Batwing finished. So of course, it's time for me to basically change all of these blocks to, of course, our polished blackstone bricks. And then can carry on decorating this little area because we don't have any lighting for this little section. And then we can carry on doing some trophies. So now you can have a look and see what it looks like now that everything's been popped in. And I've just added a few little items around the edge, just some copper lanterns, and I've also just done the same down here. Now, another fundamental part for bringing this cave to life is trophies. Now, trophies is quite a big part in many Batcaves, and essentially they're just some little kind of form of memorabilia for Batman to kind of show off. And there's a lot of different types of trophies that we have, and of course, if you want to dedicate to a room for these trophies, you can, and I think it'll be quite cool to see how that looks. But for me, I'll be kind of just taking the 3 top ones I think are quite common and adding them around this little Batcave. So these things could literally be as simple as the original Red Hood costume, adjacent Todd Memorial, Penguin's umbrella, Two-Face's coin, anything to do with like the League of Shadows and anything like that. But the 3 that I will be adding in this one will be the T-Rex, the penny, the giant penny, and the Joker card. And we'll be starting off with the Joker card first. Now, you may have seen I've added in a bunch of wool. This is just guidelines for this little section here. So this green part will be where I'll be adding in the trophies. So there'll be one hidden in the corner over here, one over there, and one here, which will be the Joker card. Now, this one was added in the Golden Age in Detective Comic 114 back in 1946. And basically it was just a staple for something in the Joker's lair, which Batman has taken back with him and just kept in the place. So what I kind of wanted to do was have it kind of hanging in this environment, and I kind of want to make sure that I'm using as much as I can. So of course this is a very small Batcave, so it's going to look quite overwhelming. So I just wanted to show you these last few parts of what you can add into your Batcave in terms of like filling up space or whatever. So I have got a collection of white concrete, purple concrete, and lime concrete. I've got smooth quartz with the stairs and a trapdoor with banners. Then I've also got a polished black stone button, and I've also got some lichen, which will be very handy for this little section. So if you've got any lichen hanging around, keep it with you because we don't want to continue lighting up the rest of this Batcave. However, there might be some parts that you kind of want to emphasize how it looks, but because of the lighting, you might not be able to see it. So adding lichen behind something can really just bring it to life a little bit more. So, starting off with this card, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add my quartz blocks here. And because this will be connected, I'm just going to add my stairs at the moment for the time being. And I'm just going to essentially cover this all up with quartz. And I'm just going to fill it up for now. And then I'll go in and remove the parts where certain pieces of concrete will be needed. But I just want to give you a rough idea of how the shape will look. So I want to get some trapdoors as well and pop them on the top and the bottom. And on the side as well, I want to add in some banners. Again, adding that little extra shape as well. So now it's time to start actually properly putting a kind of a little Joker face on this little part here. So then what we're going to do is right in the middle, I'm going to go down by 3 blocks. And on either side, it will destroy some of the banners, but I'm going to make 2 small little upside down L shapes right there. And then I'm going to make a 3x2 gap here, and this is when I'm going to add in my buttons. And then last but not least, I'm just going to add in some concrete at the bottom, and I'm just going to top it off with some lime on either side and one at the bottom there. and have that all connected. And what I want to do is I want to get some chains just so it looks like it's hanging from the top there, like so. And whether or not I'll probably get some wool as well. So let's get some polished deep slate block there and add that over there just to make it look a little bit more, you know, reassuring that it's going to stay up there. And then around the back here, I'm just going to add in some lichen. So I'm just going to add it all on this side over here. And that is pretty much it with the Joker card, which, to be honest, it is very simple. And if you want to change the colors, if you want to go more of like the stereotypical Joker card, which is more black and red, you can definitely just change the colors accordingly to that. But I kind of want to add in a little bit of pop of color in here. So I'm adding in the purple and the lime. So with that being done, we've already ticked one off. And it is time to go into this little corner over here for the copper coin. This was introduced from the World Finest number 30 back in 1947, and it's mostly associated with the penny plunderer, but also can also be interpreted for Two-Face as well and other bits and bobs there. And that was also during the Golden Age. So this is a very heavy penny. It's around about 216 pounds, which is pretty a lot. So I kind of want to make it just a little bit big, but not too big to the point that it's quite overwhelming. So again, I'm trying to scale it down for size of how everything is looking. And for this state, with kind of this corner here, I would probably make it diagonal. But for the sake of just getting the measurements correct, I am going to just do it straight on at the moment. So I've got waxed block of copper and the cut copper variation as well. And I've also got the stairs of the waxed cut idea as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add in 3 blocks at the bottom here. And I'm just going to create upside down stairs on either side. And I'm just going to go up again. And I'm just going to repeat that one more time. And I'm going to go up by 3. And then this is when I can just get rid of the rest of this. And fill in the rest. And add in the last few bits, creating this circle like that. And there we go. We've got a penny. But I would just want to add a little bit more detail. And I'm going to try my best to make it look like a person. So I'm going to add in more stairs to try and chisel out what could look like a person. Which it's probably not going to look great. But we can just roll with it there. I think this one will look okay. You know, you guys can imagine that looks like a like a person, right? Right, guys? That looks like a person, right? So what I'm gonna do as well is I'm just gonna bring up this little part up here, just so I've got a little bit more terraforming. I just want to bring it up so it doesn't need to look absolutely perfect. So I just want to make it look like it's kind of more encased with the environment as well. And of course, you can see the back here, it doesn't look quite natural. So I'm just going to remove some of these little parts here. Make it feel a little bit more cased in. And another part as well, we're talking about the lighting. I'm just going to grab one of these frog lights. And this could be with glowstone as well. And I want to kind of line it up with the middle here. I just want to case it in just by like that block there. So it looks a little bit more nicer. So I'm just doing this with cobble now at the moment, just so you can get an idea of the shape that I'm trying to go for. Like that. And then I can just go in, texture the rest of it, add in my slabs as well. And I get some andesite in there as well. And we can top it all off and it will look a little bit more nicer. And then I can say that this part has been finished, and it's on to the last section, which is the T-Rex, and this is all the way on this little section here. Now, this is an animatronic, or mostly seen as an animatronic, kept in the Batcave as more of a staple for the Batcave itself in terms of the trophy area, but also as a security measure. There's been multiple times that people have confused it as obviously a real dinosaur, and that first appeared in 1942 in Batman number 10, and this was a very old comic, and I believe it was under the chapter Isles that time forgot, I think it was. Don't fully remember, but for this part, I'll tell you now, I'm not very good at building dinosaurs. So, I will be referring to a tutorial, which there will be a playlist full of tutorials that I'll be following in the description. So I'm going to do a little time lapse of me trying to build this, and what I'll also be doing is I'm probably going to bring up some of this ground so it looks a little bit more nicer in terms of how it will be placed. So I could do like a little tiny platform, but I kind of want to make it a little bit more natural, so I'll try my best to kind of fit one in. And of course, the size of dinosaur is very much dependent on your size of Batcave. Because again, we don't have much space, I'm going to try and make it a little bit smaller. But I still want to make it look pretty darn good, okay? So, enough chatting, and into a time lapse. So the dinosaur has been added in, and I did do a little bit of cheating by pasting it in from my previous well, just because it would save me a lot of time. But exactly the same model has also been linked down in the description as well, and I've just changed a couple of things, such as the mouth up here. I've decided to close it, and I think it looks so much better. And of course, adding the tail that kind of squishes in on the side here, but you know what? I think it looks okay. And I've added in these little sections up here, and I've just added in some string and some buttons just to make sure we don't have mobs spawning in. So it's a bit of a tight squeeze, but I still want to try and make sure that I'm highlighting everything to add in a Batcave. So if you feel like this is too much and don't want to add it in, don't add it in. I just kind of want to go through all of these different options on how to decorate it further and really kind of bring in these elements from the DC universe into Minecraft, and obviously utilizing parts of Minecraft into this as well. So another part that I'm quite fond of is adding in some structural elements that are man-made. So this can be just very small pillars and arches. So a good example is if we go over here, so I've got some stone bricks, cracked stone bricks, and then the stairs and the slabs. And this can just be as simple as just building this up all the way to the top. So fully destroying this part and having it all connect together like this. like that, and have it connected like this. And then adding in some cracked variations. And just enhancing a little bit of shape here by adding a few little cracks and breaks in here like this. And that is pretty much it. That's just kind of a little tiny extra bit of detail that you can include in your Batcave. So I'm going to do another one over here. So basically where I've added these red lines, I'm going to add them in. So over here, I think I'm going to do like a column of 4. So having it kind of built over here. So I'm just going to do it over the water, and then I will eventually bring it down. And this can also be a way of just kind of keeping this platform up anyways. So all the way across here, like that. And then this one over here, all the way down to the bottom, like so. And then if you even want to add a little bit further detail, you can kind of bridge them together ever so slightly and have them kind of arch over like that. And of course, adding in these extra little details here. So I'm just going to fill in the rest of this, and I just kind of want to show you what it kind of looks like when it's kind of a little bit more polished off. And this is how a more decorated version looks like. So I've added in the slabs and the stairs as well, making a bunch of different cracks and bumps. And what I've also done is I've just chiseled out one block, just added in some lichen just around here, just to give a little bit of lighting to the shape. And of course, again, we're in night vision, but once, you know, we turn it off, you'll be able to see it a lot more clearly. And then, of course, I've made this go all the way down, and underwater, I've added in some mossy variants as well. And I've added in one over there, and one in the corner over here next to this previous one. And that is pretty much set. So now, next on bringing this cave to life is waterfalls. So we have this massive lake underneath us, but there's no sign of where this water is coming from. So I've added in 2 little water sources that I think will be quite fitting to have. So because of this dip on this cave area, I think it'll be quite ideal to have maybe an area where this might be built up water, kind of hovering above this cave. And it's very common. So I think maybe just having maybe like a little crack or two peeking through, having this water just trickling down on the side here. And this one, it can be very, very simple. So if we get some water, and I'm just going to destroy these blocks here, and I'm just going to go up by 2. And it's just as simple as adding in 1 there. And I could probably add maybe a shorter one on the side like this, adding it quite closely. Although it is in the same line, so I just might want to change it to, let's say, over here, like that, and then bring these blocks down ever so slightly. So we've just got a little bit of height going on there. Then over here, we can change it ever so slightly, where we can start chiseling a little tiny bit of kind of a little trickle. So I'm just going to change some of these slabs, and I kind of want like a separation between the 2 little waterfalls I'm going to go for, and have it kind of separated that way. And of course it's going to look a little bit funky because of the slabs and obviously the waterlogging, but I kind of just want to get a nice rough idea added in before we put in any water. So making sure this is all completely normal blocks, and I'm just going to have that continue going up. And I'm just going to add it in on the very top part here, and then I can kind of change my block ever so slightly, so it looks like it's still quite into the wall. So I'm going to move this all the way up, and hopefully it should run down quite nicely, trickling down like that. And that's actually perfect. And of course, having these little sections here, so I just left a slab there. I can just fill that in, and that looks quite nice. And I can just remove that little part there as well. So then I'm going to do exactly the same on this side. Of course, I've got to be very careful because I'm very close to some platforms, and building this up, removing these little sections here and adding that across. And I can have this one more further in, so we can do it here. Have that once again trickle down all the way to the bottom. Now with this part as well, this is when we can kind of get a little bit creative in terms of lighting levels too. So whether or not you want to add in lichen behind here, so adding it behind the waterfall or just right there. I think you can add it up on the top actually, which would be a little bit more sneaky. Or we can get some sea pickles and add maybe one or two on a full block here. So of course you'll need to waterlog the block itself, but adding just a little bit of extra something like that can bring a little bit more extra light. These glow squids will eventually go, I do promise you. They are ever so slightly annoying. And I want to add, maybe let's add one more there. Like that. And of course, more pickles you have on the same block, the more brighter it will be. So I'm going to add maybe one there as well. There we go. So then it's just changing that little trickle like that. So then we can kind of decorate it by adding just extra more blocks around here. So of course I just did this all with stone. So going in with the cobblestone and the andesite and the coral, making it look a little bit more nicer. And this is the perfect time as well if you want to start doing some extra smoothing out. And what I mean by that is with everything we've done so far with the mob proofing, you might want to add some stairs for that extra little bit of smoothness. So adding stairs around here on these little corner edges, just making it look more kind of rounded off instead of just more blocky. And this can actually be the same for up here if you're wanting to go that far. Honestly, it's not the end of the world. You don't have to do any smoothing out at the top. But if you are quite committed and wanting to make it look quite the same all the way around and make sure that everything's terraformed, then by all means, go for it. So what I will be doing now is just adding in just extra little bits and bobs here. And I think I might add some mossy variants now that this is submerged into water. And then add in the slabs and start adding in a bunch of stairs. Add it all the way around. Maybe some on the top, not entirely sure yet. And I'll just show you guys once that kind of looks complete, just so you guys get a rough idea. So that extra detailing has been popped in, and I just want to quickly show you what it looks like with this little waterfall here, adding in a bunch of stairs, and I've gone through layer by layer, just adding a few little stairs here and there. And what I've done is I've just kind of left the top part. To be honest, we don't, I mean, who's looking out there anyways? But we will be adding something on the ceiling of the cave, but just not yet. So the last two things I do want to cover is decorating the lakes and also adding in stalagmites and stalactites. Whether or not you'd want to include them, it's completely optional. But going into underwater, what I want to do is I have got some sea pickles, I've got some bone meal and an array of stone slabs, my water bucket, and I've also got spruce trapdoors and copper trapdoors. And I kind of want to add these kind of sporadically in the bottom, trying to make sure lighting levels are fairly high, because with those lighting levels from the sea pickles, that will cause drowns not to spawn. So I think it's like a very lower lighting level, so I think we can get away with adding just a couple here and there. But we can get rid of these pesky guys going around and whatnot, and hopefully it might decrease the amount of glow squids as well. However, it's a Minecraft issue, unfortunately, where we do have a few of these. But yeah, and I do want to add just a couple slabs on these kind of very flat areas, just to add a little bit of like a rockiness aspect and adding just some just to make it look a little bit more gradual on each layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you this little part down here. So just adding a little bit of bone meal, adding them like that, and I just want to get rid of these taller pieces of grass just so it doesn't look too overwhelming, and I kind of just want to keep this a little bit more simple. And I'm just going to add them here and there all the way around, and I probably might add a couple over this little cobblestone area as well. And it's also really nice to add these in because it's just going to give this underwater area a lot of colour. Although it's just green, but hey, colour is definitely important in here. And there we go. Add in a couple of more. And I just want to make sure I'm not messing up that at all. And probably one here as well. So these have now been added in, and it's kind of just a little bit everywhere. Just add one more. And then this is when I'm going to add some sea pickles. And again, the more that you add in, the lighter it gets. So you might want to add 2, and I might add 4 over here. And down here, I just kind of want to keep them kind of grouped together with these areas of seagrass. So I'm going to add 2 here, maybe add 3 there, add 4 at the back over there. And if I go back, once the night vision is taken off and it is too much, you can always get rid of those extra ones that just don't look right at all. Just realize that one's there as well. And add some of those in those corners there. And I think that's pretty much it. And I'm just going to add one little bit over here, like that. Then I kind of want to get my tough slabs, and I just kind of want to add some in, kind of mix them around with what's added in. And it doesn't need to be like big groups, just to bring up this little Y level ever so slightly, just so it looks a little bit nicer. Now, I mean, you're probably not going to see it, which is perfectly understandable, and it might just be a waste of time. But I still really like the idea of doing that anyway. It's just kind of covering every single aspect of this cave. So adding in a bunch of different parts like this and popping them all in. And kind of repeating that again, literally all the way around. And going on a different layer like that. Then, as well as this, I wanted to get some trapdoors added in, and I kind of want to add some right underneath where these platforms are going to be. Now, if you have a bigger cave which has sort of areas that you can add extra structures or world building areas, such as like the minecart area from the Arkham Origins cave, you might feel like you might want to add in little kind of remnants of where that mine shaft may have gone over this kind of lake. So I want to add in just a few bits under here, like this, as if they've kind of fallen down, or they were just kind of a little bit of support. Completely forgetting you can still trigger it as it is. So I might have a little argument with these guys later. So I'm going to crack on with these little areas down here, and then I'll show you guys what that kind of looks like when it's done. Then afterwards, which is our final thing that I want to add in, is the stalagmites and stalactites, where I want to add just a couple of stalactites just coming down from the ceiling, probably like one here and maybe one there and one there. And we can make it quite short or long depending on how large the cave is. But we won't go straight into that just yet. I'm going to continue decorating this underground lake, and I'm going to catch up with you guys in just a moment. So as you can see from up here, everything has been decorated in, and you can see just a couple of where those trapdoors have been, and of course some of these rocky areas here and there. And it's our last part, so it's time to go up here. And what I want to kind of show you is the kind of different versions of what you can do, rather than just showing you one type and just kind of hoping for the best. So I want to kind of start showing you this first height, which is going to be quite far down. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work from this middle section here and kind of work my way up. And as I do that, I'm just going to do different heights and try my best to kind of stay in this kind of 9-block gap at the moment, because eventually when we've gotten to like a good shape like this, I'm just going to add just a couple of blocks here and there just to kind of smooth it out with these 4 blocks here. Then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to get my stairs. I'm just doing this with stone for now, and then of course you're more than welcome to texture it. And I'm just going to add some here and there, upside down, connecting the two together, making it look a little bit more scruffy. And of course I can get some slabs as well, adding those extra parts there. And because there's no stone wall variation, I'm just going to use some andesite just to kind of bring down a little bit of extra shape in more of these central parts here. So adding those like that. And that is kind of a very basic stalactite, and I'm just going to get those slabs over here. I'm just going to use this andesite one just to kind of blend it out just a little bit more here and there, and just showing a bunch of different levels with what we can do with this little build here. And that is essentially what it's going to look like. And then that's when you can go in, getting your coral or your cobblestone and adding those in and making it look a little bit more nicer. So I kind of want to keep these connected because it's the same kind of block. And I might go in with some cobblestone here and add cobblestone there. So there's a lot of different variations of what you can do here. Now, because I think this is just a little bit too low for this particular cave, I'm just going to kind of shave this little part off at the bottom here and kind of work my way back up again, creating just another extra shape like this. And now it looks a little bit more smaller, but I'm still going to go in with those extra walls just to add in that little last bit of shape. And I'm just going to add some extra slabs around these little sections here where it's going into the full blocks, just to kind of show that there's kind of a gradual turn right there. So now we've kind of got this going on, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but what I want to do is just add another part like that, and there we go. So then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add another one, which I think might be a bit worth over here ever so slightly, because of course we've got this kind of close gap between the cave ceiling and our platform. So I'm just going to go back down again, adding a few little bits of shape just to kind of add a bit of abnormality to this cave top. So I want to go in with some cobblestone and some dead coral, and then of course topping it off with my slabs. I'm quite limited to inventory space, so I'm just kind of using quite repetitive items at the moment, but once I've gone through back again, then it'll look a little bit more cleaner. So I just want to add those stairs there, and then maybe we can add another one kind of attached onto this little section by our little batwing area, adding these in. And you can literally do the absolute repeat from the ground up, but we don't have much land space, so I've kind of left it for this one. And I just want to add in those walls and connecting them all up together. So it's a little bit scruffy, but that is kind of how it's going to be. And of course, kind of blending it in with the environment around it so it doesn't look too abnormal. So you can have these different varieties completely dotted across around this little area. And I think I might add another one kind of in this kind of open section as well, so it's not like the only one on its own, but you get the idea. So that is kind of it when it comes to section number 7, which is just world building this cave and bringing it to life a little bit more. Now, with that being said, I'm going to make a few little changes in terms of just making, you know, the blocks look a little bit nicer with these little bits over here, doing a little bit more of a mix of stone and whatnot. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little cinematic of going through this little area And then I'm going to walk through it with you, of course, without the night vision, because that's the one thing we've been, counting on the entire time is the night vision. Well, we're going to get rid of it. Oh my goodness, look at this Batcave. And it is absolutely stunning with the night vision off. And of course, you can see where these like small little bits of lichen and sea pickles come into play, and I absolutely love how gorgeous it looks, and it's just gained every single piece of detail in this entire area. And let's go all the way up here. Absolutely awesome. And I just want to kind of show you the rest of the stuff in here anyways while we've got all of this going on. And I still want to show you what it looks like, obviously without any texture packs or shader packs as well. And I do apologize, I do have some command blocks killing these glow squids just so they're not annoying us anymore. And of course down this spiral staircase, and I love how it's turned out, and I think it's really, really cool. And you can see you've got the glow behind those little structures pieces there and such. So now it's time to turn the shader packs off and of course the faithful texture pack, and let's just have a look and see what it looks like in pure vanilla Minecraft. And I'll tell you, it doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look great. I am very not used to play with like the normal vanilla Minecraft textures, but it looks still pretty accurate on what I've, been trying to convey in Minecraft. And of course you can see the water so much clearly. I think the nice thing with shaders is that it brings everything a lot more darker. But at the same time, I think we've got this really nice level for lighting as well, especially with this bridge over here that is just covered with carpets, because it just brings this kind of darkness into the middle of this cave. But of course, we've got our Batmobile, our T-Rex, our Batwing, and everything plopped into place and added all nicely. And then the portal looks a little bit dodgy, but hey, it still looks okay. And of course down here, and what I love with the mob proofing is how dark it is down there. It just really kind of brings us away from the cave itself and makes us focus on these platforms, which I absolutely adore. But that is pretty much this tutorial finished, and I will tell you now, it's a very lengthy one. And if you've made it to the end of this video, I'm completely appreciative of just staying through this entire thing. It is a very loosely based tutorial for you to just kind of take pieces and kind of interpret it in ways that you would like to do it. And I'm just there to kind of give you a little bit of a hand to kind of get you across to the other side. And of course, this has been so heavily requested, so I am so glad it's finally time to get this out and give it to you all. And of course, this version will be saved and added in as a world edit and Litematica, so you can download it. And I will also try and import as well my other Batcave, and I'll probably pot it like aside somewhere in this little cave area so you can kind of access the other one as well. And yeah, well guys, I'm actually going to end this video here. I'm so happy that this is done, and let me know if there's anything else you want to see, and I've got so much more planned ahead for the future when it comes to Batman builds and tutorial builds as well. But let me know in the comments below. But from me, I just want to say thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Goodbye!